What's going on, everybody? It's your favorite YouTuber, Austin Holloman. And today we have our second live stream for today. I just realized I can interview myself. I can interview myself. I mean, I won't be asking myself the questions I brought up. I guess no excuses, but I won't be interviewing him. He's going to interview me because I feel that I have enough knowledge now traveling where I can be interviewed as well. And I can make some extra content for myself. And we can also engage in a group chat today on a live stream. So this will be replayed in different parts throughout the week. But if you guys would please get the likes up, we will start the show here in just a second. We will bring up our guest. And give me a second. Let me turn on this air. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear me loud and clear with this microphone. And let me pin this comment. And here we go. It should be perfect audio now that I got this microphone. Okay. So I sent him the questions to ask me. I will be looking at them myself as well. And I still will be reading the chat, just not as much because I will be the one getting interviewed. So let's go ahead and start now. What's going on?
What's good, man?
How you doing? Long time no see.
I've been doing all right, man. Just busy, man. Working on so many things, man. But also keeping traveling in the mix.
Okay, so if you guys don't know who this is No Excuses. He's been around since I first got on YouTube. Since day one. Since day one, I've been knowing him. He's been to Africa as well. He's been to Kenya, Tanzania. I believe you've been to Uganda. But let's go ahead and get into the discussion. What is the first? Well, the topic that we're going to be talking about today is things that I've learned and what dating is really like around the world. And you could feel free to chime in. You know, it's going to be a discussion between us in the chat. So, what's the first question that you have?
I would say the first question is, what is your initial? Talk about your initial impressions when it came to dating and relationships versus now. Like, what was your assumptions and perceived notions versus what you realized up to this point?
So my first international dating experience was in Rio de Janeiro, in this country of Brazil where I'm at right now. And it was such a culture shock for me that I thought that pretty much all Brazilian women were the same. Well, I knew that they all weren't the same, but I thought all of Brazil would be the very excited, the very instant, insta date as they would call it. You meet them, they can go on a date later on. It seems like 90% of the women were interested in me. That was in Rio and in Salvador, at least. I've dated all around the world on 5 different continents now. So, well, I would say 6. We have 5 different continents now. And I would say now that I realize it wasn't a Brazil thing. And it was more of a Rio and a Salvador thing so far, and a few other cities around the world that I've been to that have similar cultures. And I came to that experience when I got to, I mean, I knew that before I got here, but whenever I got to Sao Paulo, that's when I realized the experience around Brazil is not the same as it is in Rio and Salvador.
Now, let me ask you this because, obviously a lot of us saw you kind of since day one traveling. And one of the things that I used to be like, man, like I used to kind of scream when I used to, hear you talk about Brazil is I was like, man, nobody's mentioning one, like kind of the negative aspects. And so I always talked about how I realized, feminism existed. So you didn't really see feminism until you had that situation. So were you naive to the level of feminism in Brazil when you first started until now?
I would say I knew it was there. I knew
Okay.
that feminism was in Brazil, but like you said, I didn't really realize how much of a stronghold that it had until they had me all on CNN and they basically tried to Andrew Tate me a month after they Andrew Tate. I would say when I was I ran into it maybe here and there in Rio and Salvador, but at first I was just like, oh, like their version of feminism is we want the same equal opportunities as in jobs and stuff like that. Basically, what U.S. women were saying probably 30 years ago, 40 years ago, maybe. But I do realize now that it's like, I think the majority of it may be like that, but there's still another subsection of that is extremists, as they would call it. You know, they're extremists. They hate men. They pretty much don't want men to exist. We got a lot of chicks like that in the States, and rightfully so. That's not all the chicks in the States. I'm not gonna make it seem like it's all of them, but we all know it's there, and I think it's here in Brazil as well. I will tell you one time I realized that there was a little bit of extremist feminism in Salvador was when I was hanging out at this restaurant. The restaurant was a place where a lot of people used to kick it in Salvador that I lived above. And there was a chick that I literally got into a debate with. I was drunk, but we got into a debate about gender roles. And this is in Salvador. And now that I'm thinking about it now, I had a guy that came on my channel recently. He's one of my subscribers as well. And he said that when he went to Salvador a couple of weeks ago, he ran into it and it was kind of like extremist. I mean, I haven't been, so I don't know what that's like now. But now that I'm thinking back on that, I think that maybe it just got worse since then.
A lot of places have gotten worse for me in the last 2 years. Now, a lot of us seen you start in Brazil, then transition to Southeast Asia, then to Africa, and so I'm thinking about cultural norms, and you're catching up to a lot of us older guys as far as the conclusions we came, and so kind of go over some cultural norms you see, whether it's from Latin America, Asia, or Southeast Asia, and even Africa.
Were you speaking on cultural norms as a negative or positive?
I would say you can approach it like, let's say cultural norms is, I'll throw some examples. Like when I think of Latin America, I think of, women like, cooking, being nice and sweet. When I think of Asia women, I think of them as being normed as being, very attentive. And then, Africa, you notice already some parts it's a lot of begging. So we can kind of mix it up, like some of the good and the bad and all,
I would say the one big cultural norm that a lot of dudes complain about in the States that is actually not going anywhere for most places that we're going to, like Colombia, Brazil, Thailand, and the Philippines, is being a provider. That's not going anywhere. A lot of dudes are like, oh, the chicks in the States want this and they want that. They're extremists, but that does not mean when you come to Brazil or you go to Thailand or Colombia or Kenya, somebody's going 50-50 with you. Right. That doesn't mean that. You mentioned begging in Africa. I've had a number of African women that did everything I wanted, but on the back end, there was a cost that they expected. It wasn't prostitution, but there was an obligation that they felt they had in Africa specifically. I would say in Africa. I would say that the cultural, as a whole of the world, as a globe, cultural norms are not as common as you think with the whole catering to men. They're there. They're more common in the States, but there's more and more modern women around the world as time goes on.
Now, how do you see? Because you've been around when you was in Thailand, you was around a lot of the older guys, and what I realized is that a lot of the older guys they've done Latin America, some have done Africa, but their home now is Southeast Asia. What do you see about Asia that's attractive to a lot of older guys that may not be attractive to, let's say, younger guys right now?
I would think, because I haven't dated too many Asian women, but I was there for 4 months, so I think I have a good assessment on it. It seems like the women there's less problems to worry about in their environment. Number one, here in South America, you got to worry about crime. In Medellin, you got to worry about getting kidnapped and robbed and killed. That stuff could happen to you in Asia as well, but let's be honest, it's way less likely. It's peaceful in those countries. Those women are, in my opinion, less promiscuous, especially if you go somewhere like Vietnam. Like, I went on a date in Vietnam and I couldn't eat. She was interested. She was definitely interested, but I couldn't get a kiss. So if you're I would assume most older men are looking for something more stable and solid and long term. And Asia might be the better place for that. And it's cheap. And in most places over there that they're going to, it's always hot.
Now, something that you mentioned when you were in Tanzania, you mentioned about, two things you mentioned in Africa. You mentioned about choosing signals, and then you emphasize a lot about, in relation to cold approaching. So you, for example, you can speak, basic Portuguese. Well, I won't say basic Portuguese. You can speak conversational Portuguese. I don't know how good your Spanish is, but do you think the cold approach is necessary for guys to have success in countries where there's not heavy pay for play?
So, for example, a country, or I can minimize it down by city. Let's say a place like Dar es Salaam. Well, there's pay for play there, and I don't want to use Romania because that's me being black. That's me being black in a 99% white country. So I would say let's use Cali, Colombia, for example. It's legal in Cali, it's legal in Colombia, but it's not known for that. There's no area like that's a red light district from what I saw when I was there. But if you want to meet most good women in places where there's not a lot of pay for play, I would absolutely say it's necessary to code approach, or at least you could look. I would not call it choosing signals, but there's body language that displays availability.
Okay. Now, how would you say? Well, because I've been to Tanzania, so I want to use that country as an example. And I know that you mentioned choosing signals and code approach. Now, in a country like that, from what I've seen, there's not a lot of online options. So you kind of got a code approach if you want a regular girl. Now, if you went back to Tanzania, how would you approach it? Would you approach anything differently? Because guys that I know that live there, they do say that they pick up women and get numbers and things of that nature. Would you approach Tanzania differently, or more aggressively? Trying to meet regular women if you were in Tanzania again?
Yes, I'm at a point where I just code approach just to make sure I keep my skills sharp. Back then, I was still in the choosing signal mindset because I had went from Brazil to Asia, and I'm not into Asian women like that, so I didn't really even try over there too much. So when I was in Africa, in Kenya, I was actually just picking back up on just walking up to random chicks. I just broke out of that when I got to Uruguay and Argentina. So if I went back to Tanzania now, I have a circle of friends there now. So that's the first thing. Knowing the local, I mean, you don't need to know local guys to get women there, but knowing the local guys helped a lot. I got introduced to a lot of beautiful Tanzanian women while I was there. But if I was to go back and talk to my younger self back then, I would definitely say I just should go after what I want, whether she's looking at me or not. Because most of these chicks, Brazil had Rio and Salvador had put the impression that if a woman wants me, she'll just basically make it super obvious, which that is true. Right. But that's that culture in those two cities. And in Dar es Salaam, that wasn't the culture.
Now, I want to ask you about as far as knowing a foreign language, because we kind of lightly try to tell guys, they should try to learn certain languages, let's say Spanish and Portuguese, but we really don't hear enough about the advantage that you may have knowing another language. So you can speak you speak pretty good conversational Portuguese in not only Brazil, but you can go to Angola, Cape Verde, Mozambique, and probably do well. So what are guys missing out on if they don't necessarily know a particular foreign language, specifically maybe Spanish or Portuguese?
I would say you're missing out on everything. They're coming out with this new chat GBT sort of translator thing, and dudes are like, "Oh, I'm gonna kill it now." That's not. Listen, there's the connection is never going to be the same using a third party. It's always best when you can come up with it quick through your own brain, rather than using it. Even if you have, I know somebody that has the earbuds and it helps, but it's never. At that point, I would say most guys are better off connecting with an American chick because you don't have to think. There's no pauses. There's no listening back to what you just said through the earphones. There's none of that. It's all just off a reflex. And what you're missing out on is being giving her the true masculine experience, right? You can order her food for her. You can you can tell the waiter it's a party of two here, rather than her walking up for you. I think we can all agree that it's less masculine for the woman to order for you, to talk to the Uber driver for you. If you want to be the man, you got to be able to be the one to do all that stuff. So if you don't know the language, you pretty much crossing yourself out of doing that. Getting to know other local men, building an actual circle of friends that are in that country, because you don't only want to hang around Americans. You are never actually moving to that country without knowing the language.
Right. I'm telling you guys, he bring up a good point. Because even my, my relationships in Colombia, um, the ladies used to sit back and wait for me to speak to the taxi. Like, even though I was like, man, I used to get mad at, women I was with and say, man, why don't you help me? You see I'm struggling, why don't you help me? And they like, they want you to take the lead sometime. You know what I mean? So he's definitely spot on about that. I want to talk about dating apps. So dating trends. So I'll lead with this. So when I spent time in Brazil or Colombia, Tinder was, well, I would say Colombia, I'm not talking about pros. I'm just talking about meeting regular women.
Yeah.
Some countries were better with Tinder. Some countries were better for like the Cupid site. So whether it was like Colombia Cupid, Latin American Cupid, Brazil is Tinder. I don't know what it is for like Southeast Asia. Africa varies. It could be Tinder. It could be Afro introductions, depending on the country. So just talk about dating apps you use for each, I guess, for each continent you've been to, and just tell us what you've noticed as far as dating, as far as is it mostly on these dating apps, is it mostly pros, is it mostly non-pros, how often do you get responses? Just kind of let us know, like, the overall dating app experience.
When you refer to responses and you're saying like, how anxious or how enthusiastic are the women reaching back out to meet
I'm
with you?
saying, I'm saying, like, let's say, for example, Tinder. If I swipe in a European country, I may not get no fucking matches. But if I go to Africa, I might get 100 matches. You know what I mean? So basically the response rate when it comes to that.
So I would say that in my experience, well, let me just make this clear too. I can only speak on dating apps in Kenya, Tanzania, and all of Latin America and Southeast Asia. And in Southeast Asia, I'm gonna go and cut it to you straight. This could be Vietnam. This could be Thailand. 90% of those women seem to be prostitutes. You know, so they're gonna respond pretty fast. But in Kenya, Tanzania, a lot of dudes have been known to get, like you said, 100 matches, get 200 matches, and the women are responding very, very, very quickly in those two countries. I noticed in Latin America, and a lot of them are not pros. Maybe 40% from what I saw, maybe 40%. But like I said, there is a back end payment in the long run, or there's something that they would expect. I've had women in Kenya email me, saying that they would have my child for citizenship or some crazy shit like that. Something I would never do. Some random person I had never seen. I don't even know what they look like to this day. But in Latin America, if you're in Colombia, in specific Medellin, we all know majority of those chicks are on there to work, and they're probably on there to kill you as well. In Cartagena, it's all right. I didn't really get too many hits in Cartagena. Cali, in Bumble and Tinder, especially Bumble, was the best dating app in Cali, Colombia for me. And most of the women responded pretty fast, and they were eager to meet. They were on the app for what the app is there for. Here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, not really. I've met one chick off the dating apps. It seems like a lot of them are on here. They're on Bumble and Tinder. It seems like just to be on there, kind of almost like America. Like they're on there just to be on there. I don't think they're
just bored. They're just bored. They're just on there just out of boredom.
Yeah, they're just to get the attention and just to make sure that they still got it, I guess. Argentina, it works, but they have such a flaky culture. I wouldn't even waste your time trying to use dating apps there. Uruguay, it works. Paraguay, it works. Chile, it half-ass works. Peru, it definitely works. Bolivia, it definitely works. That's when dating apps really started working for me, was in Bolivia. But some dudes aren't really too excited about Bolivian women. But if they're okay with you, and you want to use dating apps and you don't like cold approaching, that is a place for that. Rio and Salvador works too, but the chicks that you see on the dating apps in Rio and Salvador would make you not want to go.
Maybe you should put together something where you can say, here's a list of countries and cities where you should cold approach or you should use the dating apps, because I think that'll be useful for a lot of guys.
That would be a good idea.
So I want to kind of talk about something slipped my mind. It'll come back. Let's talk about like dating. So when it comes to first dates, one thing I noticed when you were in Africa, when in Zambia, you shared like some of your first dates experiences. So I'm not really too keen on your first date experiences in like Thailand or Brazil, but just kind of compare like what do you look for in a first date? What makes or breaks as far as the chick getting the second date with you? And then talk about the different countries you've been to as far as first dates.
Okay, let me make this clear. Sex is not required with me for the first date. Do I want it on the first date? Absolutely. Okay. Do I require it? No. But if I don't get it on the first date, I better have had a damn good time with you. So if I didn't have if she wasn't the same way she wants to be entertained, I need to be entertained too. So if you weren't entertaining for me and I wasn't smiling the way how you want me to make you smile and have a good time, feel warm, I'm not going to take your ass back out again. That's for anybody. But I'm pretty much over women being on time for dates. Worldwide, that shit doesn't seem to be a reality. Well, I can probably say 10 to 20% of the time, women are on time for dates anywhere in the world, except for Salvador. They seem to be early to those dates a lot of times. And if they weren't on time, they would be letting you know along the way. In Colombia, an hour and a half is probably going to be the soonest they'll show up. So that's one thing with the time. And then we already talked about sex. Um, I guess the last thing left is how entertaining are they? How good is their conversation? Like I said, if I'm not feeling entertaining, you're not holding my attention, because a lot of stuff that they want, I want too. I want my attention to be held as well. If you can't hold my attention, why would I take you back out again?
When it comes to dating, or because first dates, that's pretty much a lot of guys in the Matrix have, they encounter a lot of issues on the first date, whether it's a kiss on the cheek, good night, thanks for the date, you know what I mean, and she pretty much ghosts you, or um, she running up the bill, like she act like this is her last time going out to eat, so she want to order every fucking thing, or she wants to do multiple things. You go out to eat, oh, let's go to the movies, let's go to the show. So have you noticed anything Matrix like on first dates in any continent you've been in?
I would say the first place I noticed like some very American like tendencies was in Ghana. In Ghana, I had a chick. She showed up to the date with a mean mug. I don't know what the hell she was thinking when she did. Instantly, I wrote her off when she did that. But I was so dry in Ghana, I was pretty much like Ghana was almost like I almost struck out over there. So Ghana, yeah, we ended up talking about politics. That's another Matrix like thing, right? Where you're arguing about politics, and they don't. It seems like they're there just to banter with you. I've only seen that only happened to me in Ghana. I'm not saying the Ghanaian women are like that, but from what I experienced, that's what I got. I'm not gonna write off the whole country, but that's what I got. Oh, also another thing I want to add for the first date too is how into me is she? How is she giving me the eye contact? Like, for example, when I was in Lima, Peru, I went on a date with this one chick from Bogota, and the entire time she was locked on me like a damn snake about to strike. And she was giving me the eyes that just made me be like, damn. Like, even if she doesn't go back to the house with me, I'm taking her out on the second and the third date.
Now, let me ask you this real quick, because this is important to me as a content creator. Now, when it comes to popular opinion, so this is how I define popular opinion. At least 51% of people would either share or have the same experience or outtake as you. Now, when you travel and when you get feedback on these places, do you look at yourself as a person that has popular opinion? Basically, if people went to that country or city, at least half the people would have the same or experience as you, or same perspective as you.
I would say yes, because read my comments. Usually when I say things about places, it doesn't really seem like I'm wrong, because a lot of people will agree that have been there before. But I've worked on myself, man. I dress well. I'm in the gym. I keep my hair cut. Wash my face, all that. I take care of everything that I should. I believe.
You're
That being
supposed to wash
said,
your face.
yeah. That being said, man, it seems like if I'm having this experience, more than likely this will be your experience as well, if not worse.
But
Or
what if you
maybe it
don't
may
wash?
be better.
What if you don't wash your face? What happens if you don't wash your face?
Yeah, if you don't wash your face and you got like a bunch of white heads, in your chin and in your nose, some chicks may be okay with that. Not the chicks I deal with.
Okay, okay. That's what's up, man. So before I get to my next question, that's just what I wanted to ask you earlier. Is that shout out to my homie Trail, also known as Gooch, GMT Travel. So he linked with you in Kenya, man. And one thing he said, man, because when I went to Kenya, he was like, man, go to I forgot which club he was telling me to
Bistro
go to.
bar?
Not Bistro, another spot. Damn, what's the name of the spot, man?
There's Gemini, there's Blue Martini, there's
Ibiza.
Ibiza, yeah.
So he was like, bro, he was like, man, Austin has celebrity status in Kenya, man. He was like, he was like the way he seen like women approach you, man. He was like, he got real celebrity status. Like Ticks really fucking with them. So outside of like Kenya, have it been any country you've been to where you kind of got that type of celebrity status treatment?
From women, no. From
Okay.
women, no. Women in Kenya, yeah, it is like a celebrity status thing when I go to Nairobi. Hell, even Mombasa, I had some chicks that noticed me from over there.
Hey.
Yeah, even when I was in Mombasa, I got stopped by a couple chicks. So, but another celebrity status place is Thailand, but that's
Okay.
gonna be dudes that recognize me in Thailand.
Right.
In Colombia, no women in Colombia, but and I think that it's like that in Nairobi because they speak English.
How do you feel about that, man? Like, is it annoying? Is it gratification? Like, how do you feel about, the notoriety
Uh, when it comes to women,
or people that recognize you? Like, let's say in Kenya, for example, how did you feel about people like recognizing you and showing you love?
I was cocky. I was cocky. I mean, I wasn't putting people down like, oh, I'm Austin and you should do this for me and that. But man, I had an energy boost every single day because I couldn't go anywhere, not the gym, not the mall, without somebody recognizing me. And I wouldn't have to pay for no pussy. I was getting freebies, so that's what came with it.
They still was hitting you up on the back end.
Yeah, now that's gonna happen. Yeah.
Before I move, let's talk about that because in full disclosure, as guys, we have an Africa group and we talk about a lot of stuff, and it's come up that women, once they realize you're not tricking money, like they're gonna stop fucking with you. So you know you have some joints now. What happened? Let's speak of Kenya, for example. What did you notice happened? Like once women realized that you wasn't like simping or tricking them, even though you had the celebrity status, it only got you so far. Let's talk about how far it gets you and what happens if you don't, simp for lack of a better term.
Uh, they would not disappear, but they would slow down extremely. And this is probably 3 times after they come to the house. Uh, Now they would add, it depends on how much they would ask me for. Like, hey, I gotta pay for this for school, and it might be $50, whatever. I would help her out just because it's women are gonna cost you somehow. It just depends on if you're just paying for it directly. And to be vulgar with you, I'm not promoting pay for play at all because they're not gonna be as wet when it's pay for play. Let's just say that, right? But they're gonna expect you to help them somewhat because in these other countries, men still provide. So what they'll do in Kenya, right? If you're not going to help them out, they may still come over and kick it with you, but they're not going to be around the way how you want them to. Yeah, they might go from being with you, 3 times a week to once a month.
This is like a spin-off question because now I plan on talking about this at a later date with Miniature Jack. But I don't know if you're familiar with Miniature Jack, but he is very I don't say anti-passport bros, but he has a lot to say about the passport bros or the travel community. And he definitely is against tricking. Now, you mentioned that you help, you helped out women. I've helped out women, $10 here, $20 there, and helping those women out. I'll put it like this: every woman I helped out, I don't talk to them anymore. So now I feel like, was it even worth helping them out? Like, so what I'm getting to is that I can't. Well, a lot of us that travel to Africa, certain countries, when it comes to game, when it comes to tricking, we always say that game is an American construct because there's no Portuguese translation for game, there's no Spanish translation for game, and there's no Spanish translation for simping or tricking, nor Portuguese translation. So the things that men do for women is a cultural norm for decades. So talk about how Americans view tricking and viewing game versus how that terminology is obsolete or irrelevant in, let's say, Latin America or even Africa?
I would so to start with let's start with the easy one, which is game, right? If
Right.
you follow AMS, he's taught you some game, and I love his videos, but I'm just calling it what it is. If you follow his videos, he's talked about how you should have 2 to 5 minutes in between texts. In most countries, don't do that shit. Don't just if you see the text, you can respond to it. They're not gonna look at you like, oh, he must have less options because he responded in 10 seconds. Like they don't that's a very American, like that's an American only thing, or it's somewhere that's trying to be like America. I've noticed that. But that's that kind of game stuff and pulling back and unnecessary. I mean, sometimes it's necessary to pull back, but unnecessarily pulling back just to get her to chase you, like you don't really have to do that. You don't if these chicks in these other countries fuck with you, they're gonna fuck with you. Like it's really that simple. That doesn't mean you can't run them off still, but it's just it is what it is. Tricking is the whole leading with your wallet. Your approach to her is not, hey, how are you? It's, hey, I'm going on a yacht later. Bring some of your friends, and I'm gonna buy y'all gifts and all that. We're gonna do. Y'all are gonna have a good time. It's all gonna be on me. She doesn't, and this is anywhere in the world. She doesn't like you for, hey, how are you doing? You didn't say that. You started off with some, something you could do for her. So the minute you stop doing that, the minute she stops doing you, and you don't have to do that. I don't think you have to do that in these other countries until you start talking to chicks that are considered 9s and 10s. Like if you're in Kenya and you want to mess with one of the top tier baddest chicks in Kenya, she's already had a Nigerian chick that's fucked her mind up.
Right.
So you might have to compete with that. Same thing with Paraguay, same thing with Chile, same thing with Colombia. There's certain chicks that have only talked to soccer players and movie stars, and they've done the tricking. Trust me.
Right. Right. Now,
So
real
it
quick,
depends what caliber of woman you're going after.
I just want to clarify because I said there's no Spanish or Portuguese translation for game. I'm talking about in context. Yes, there is a literal translation, but we're talking about game as far as having being able to macking is there's no translation for macking. That's an American thing. We have pimping and macking. That's totally different. So I just wanted to just kind of clarify that.
Well, let me say this too.
Go ahead.
Sorry to cut you off, but you have basic conversation and it goes a long way in most of these places, but you still have to slide in some intent. Like when you can ask her, hey, how she's doing and what does she like to do? And you like to go, I don't know, you like to go hiking. And then you say, do you want to go hiking with me? And you give her a smile. You have to show her some sort of like flirty, I want to fuck you later on type of intention without saying that. But you have to have some sort of intent that you still use. It can't just be because otherwise you can get friend zone worldwide. But if you don't slide that intent there, yeah. So that part is still the same, yeah. But you don't have to come up with a magic. Like when I was in Dallas, I felt like I couldn't say the right thing. Like it's like I couldn't figure out what the hell I had to say to get her to even agree to see me again.
Right. And you're right about that. Even in dating apps, from my experience, I can say, "Hey, how you doing? Hey, beautiful, how you doing?" to any other country in the world except America and get a response. You got to be extra creative when it comes to women in the matrix. Now, what about cultural? Do you see these other countries as a cultural norm for men to give women money when they ask for it? Because I see that as a cultural norm in Africa for sure, and they don't have a shaming. There's nothing. Men don't get shamed for doing that. So do you see that in culture? Have you seen that? or do you view that as a cultural norm outside the U.S.?
It depends on where you at, right? So in Kenya, the Kenyan women say that men don't spoil them, so they'll talk to Nigerians and South African men because they do. In Tanzania, the men they do spoil the women, from what I saw. Not all of them, of course, but it is a norm from what I saw there. If you wanted to keep a woman around, that you pretty much had to, it. Now I wouldn't say buy her, but you had to please her in that way. I would say, but in Brazil, right? I went on a date with a chick I met on Bumble here in Sao Paulo, and she was like, "Yeah, can we meet at the train station?" I'm like, "Why the hell would I meet? I'm not meeting you at a." I'm thinking she's trying to set me up. I'm like, "I'm not going to meet you at the train station at 9 o'clock at night. I'm just not doing it. That sounds ridiculous." And she was like, "Oh, well, how am I going to get there?" I was like, "What do you mean? I'm going to send an Uber." She was like, "Really?" And I was like, "Yeah. Why are you shocked to hear that? Nobody's ever sent an Uber." And it goes back to Delane from No Reservations and Fred. And I've heard them say this in their funk music here, that they don't do that. They don't send the chicks like, the chick has to find their way to them. And even when I first went to Rio the first time, I met a chick from Belo Horizonte, and she was like, "Okay, yeah, I'll ride the bus to come see you." I was like, how far is the bus?" She's like, "It's an 8-hour bus ride. I'll try to find a ride with some friends to go down there." So I was thinking I was gonna fly her there, which is only like $150 round trip, but it depends on where you at. And that's the importance of traveling. That from me traveling in all these different countries, I realized that nowhere is like America, but everywhere is not as convenient as Rio or Salvador.
Now, if a Matrix chick was listening to some of our conversations, and let's say myself or yourself, we had no problem looking out I would say one time to a chick, 10, 20, 30, $40, whatever the case may be. Now, women will say, well, some women will say, well, guys throw a fit for us asking them to send us money, $40 to buy us some Uber Eats or to pay for an Uber, but y'all would do that for these chicks overseas. What would your response be to that?
Yeah, because I'm getting something out of it.
Hmm.
I'm getting sex. I'm getting good conversation. I'm getting the eye contact. I'm getting the smiles. I'm getting to have you ate today. What do American chicks? I want you to tell me, what are American chicks giving you? You know what after you figure out the damn genie line that you had to come up with to get them to even give you their damn phone number. Then they don't show up on time for the date. That's gonna cost you $100 plus. And then here in Brazil, it's 20 or $30. Then they got an attitude. We got to argue about politics. Then I'm expected to buy you some sort of gift. Then I don't even know how, and you, not to mention, you're gonna give me a kiss on the cheek and tell my goofy ass goodbye. Then I don't even know how soon I should text you back. If I text you back when you get home, I'm thirsty. So for the simplicity, you're damn right I'll send her Uber Eats in Brazil, or I'll take her out to the nicest restaurant because it's cheaper, and because I feel like I'm getting something out of the deal.
It's only fair. It's only fair. Now, I wanted to bring up long-term relationships. We haven't observed you being in a long-term relationship, or maybe you have something that's private. Do you have an opinion on long-term relationships, which are probably long-distance relationships? So let's try to let me get your opinion on long-distance relationships, which would tie into long-term relationships as well.
Long distance relationships, as in somebody's in the States and they want to have a long distance relationship in Peru.
Yeah.
Do that with an open mind that she's cheating on you. I mean, she may not. I think I think it's less likely that a woman in another country would cheat. I mean, an American chick, you might as well I can guarantee you she's not loyal. But if she's in Peru or Colombia, or in Colombia is probably a horrible example, but Peru or Brazil, and Brazil is probably a horrible example for this too, or Uruguay, maybe she is. There's a better chance, but I wouldn't. Like I've been in a long distance I guess you can call it that, a long distance relationship with a girl in Recife, Recife, Brazil, but never do I ever go to bed at night thinking that girl's loyal to me. She's just basically like a chick and I don't think anymore, but a chick that I really like, that it would be my girlfriend, but I would never actually make her my girlfriend until I could stay in the same city as her. So I wouldn't do it at your own risk, but I would keep my options open the same way she most likely is.
Do you think foreign women versus the Matrix? Do you think they cheat in less numbers, or because this is my opinion. I'll use Colombia for example. I do concur that if you don't live there, she's cheating. You can't take that off the table. But I don't see them just running through men like that, like I would maybe in fucking Kenya, or maybe even Thailand, or Brazil. Because Brazil chicks like to smash. So,
Yeah.
so do you think there's a difference in the amount of men that they would cheat with versus the U.S., or do you think it's relatively the same?
I think the amount, you may be right about that. I think I don't think these chicks in these other countries still have a level of most countries, it depends what country, but they have a level of respect towards you, where maybe and by respect I mean maybe they might fuck one guy in 2 months behind your back, but it's not like some other places, like maybe in the States, where dude, you're a fool if you're doing a long distance relationship there. That may not be absolute, but I'm just saying. I can tell you, I've been in a country. I'm not going to name the country because I'm not going to. I guess it's pillow talking, right? But a country in Latin America where this chick is in the same city as me. She says she has a boyfriend that's from the same place that I'm from, but he's in the same country. He's just a couple hours away by car, but she still is gonna go on a date with me, and she's still gonna go back to the house with me. And he's not even in the States, like he's in the same country. So, and she's just like, he's just too far away. I don't get to see him often, which makes sense. That's wrong on her part. Maybe she shouldn't be with him, but it is what it is.
I always say this. I always say that the difference, in my opinion, from a woman in the Matrix cheating versus a foreign woman is that in the Matrix, you'll get cheated on with a chick and y'all live together.
Yeah.
At least if you in a country with her, she's not gonna risk you leaving and you mess with other chicks in her country. You know what I mean? She has more incentive to be loyal to you, especially if you're a foreign man in her country.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it happens in Latin. Let me say this too. It happens everywhere. It's more likely to happen in the States that the chick is, she's gonna come home and complain that you forgot to take out the trash 10 minutes before she got there. So now she's gonna go. She needs some space when really she's going to suck somebody else's dick. To be honest with you, but I've had it in Africa where, I wrote about this in my book where she's telling me she's married. And I'm like, there's no way you're married. Like you're too up on me right now, and you're doing it in public. And people in Dar es Salaam talk a lot. Those Swahili people watch each other and they gossip. And I'm like, with me knowing that, I don't think he would do that. Long ago, she was married. She was married, and they were living. They're married, so they're living together. So they do it everywhere, but I think it is more likely in the States.
Okay. One thing I want to ask you, since this ties back to the initial question, initial impression versus now. Now, one thing that got you popular is when you talked about hygiene in the United States. And I was with you on that. I was like, yeah, he hit a lot of key points on hygiene. When I say hygiene, I'm talking about like vaginal odor. And I'm not talking about not taking a shower. I'm talking about she needs to take some antibiotics, vaginal odor. Now, when I was spent time in Latin America, I didn't really, see hygiene issues, but I ain't gonna lie. Once I started hitting certain places, and I'm not gonna put them out there, I was like, can we, is it really fair to beat up on matrix women when it comes to hygiene? Because if a woman is having a lot of sex, especially unprotected sex, that hygiene issue is gonna come up regardless. So I just want to kind of get your opinion if you have changed your stance a little bit as far as hygiene, vaginal hygiene, you know, from continent to continent versus the matrix, or is your stance still the same? It's worse. It's more worse than the matrix.
I would say this from continent to continent, and we're gonna cross off Europe because I only met one chick over there, so I can't really talk too much about them. But when I was in Southeast Asia, there was this one country I was in. Most of you may know it. I won't say it, but there's a lot of women that do a lot of sleeping around. I mean, they have probably got 1,000 bodies over there. None of those. I guess you would call them hoes, right? None of those chicks ever had an odor, ever, and I knew that they were the hoes. Like I knew it. Like there, I was like, okay, yeah, there's really no excuse for those American chicks. Like these chicks got more bodies than American chicks, and they're scentless. In Africa, it wasn't a like, oh, it's just like all fishy. Like it wasn't that, right? But it was like, oh, maybe take a shower, like not that she stunk as a whole, but like, probably been outside for a little while. In Latin America, I haven't ran into that fish anywhere but the States. Well, no.
Okay.
And
Okay.
that fish, I've only ran into that in the States. When I was in one Latin American country, I did run into one where it was like, yeah, there's no fucking way I'm sleeping with you. Like, there's no way. I ran into that. I ran into that one time.
Okay.
Maybe like a little like maybe you could take a shower really quick. You need a snap back. You're probably kind of sweaty. I would say I ran into that in Latin America probably 4 times.
Okay.
So it's America is still in the last place for that.
Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna make
Uh,
that into a short. I'm gonna make that into a short.
okay. Okay. Now I'm gonna ask you this because I want to. I'm thinking about the baddest chicks, and obviously it's subjective. Um, we've been we've been to a lot of countries where arguably some of the most beautiful women are. Um, I want you to mention. Well, before I get to that, I want to ask a question. Some people probably want to know, like some of the women that you featured on your channels. Um, what I don't want to say what happened, but what was the have anything positive came out of your brief dating experience with the girl from Rwanda? And 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 we're going to start with Rwanda, and then once you answer that, tell us how you rank their beautiful women versus Brazil and other places you've been.
Would I say that what would I say that I learned from the chick in Rwanda?
Yeah, yeah. What did you learn from that, and from her, maybe her culture, and yeah, just say her and her culture.
I would say I learned that and I already knew this, but I confirmed this that too much American influence is horrible. She knew more about the shade room than I did. Like I don't think I've seen a shade room clip in a year. you know, but she knew about it. She knew about singers and rappers. I'm like, who is that? She's like, you really living in your own bubble. I'm like, no, I'm just not living in the United States. You know, I'm just not in tune with what's going on over there anymore. At that time, it had been almost a year I had been gone, and I really wanted to disconnect from there. But a lesson that I also learned from that was to never feature another character on my show that was not already an influencer, because I think that she showed this, right. She was trying to, I guess, build her, and her mom even texted me, like, basically I don't know what the hell they had going on, but she basically confirmed, like, you know, like, oh, she's gonna make it in her media career without you. So I'm like, okay, so is she just here to because she likes me, or is she here to advance in her media career? And that's that. Listen, that if you want to use me, because a lot of people, most people want something. If you want to use me to build your media career up, that's fine. But I got to be able to get something out of it too. Like, you know, I need to be able to benefit. And honestly, I was getting views on content, getting donations. We were gonna do that. But I mean, if you cut it short, I mean, so be it.
Now she's a very beautiful woman. And a lot of guys simped in your comments when you first posted her. They simped hard, and you had a viral short with her, and you were saying you were going to Kenya, and you was just like you was just kind of like you was. It was obvious you was playing with her, but you was just kind of like you was dissing her a little bit, But we know you was playing, and even myself, I ain't gonna lie, I was guilty. I was like, man, I was like, nah, he fucking it up. He making us look like we ain't shit. But then you you ended up, in my opinion, you ended up showing us, or she ended up showing us that I ain't gonna say she not shit. I'm just gonna say that she wasn't praiseworthy like guys made her. When she was not praiseworthy, there was rumors that came out. I'm not gonna repeat those rumors, but to make a long story short, a lot of us look stupid trying to say, "Oh, you should marry her. You should do this and do that." What's your message to people simping in comments and they don't know nothing about this girl? And I see this time and time again. Guys be saying they see a nice, sweet girl on camera and they be like, "Man, you should wife her. You should make her your girlfriend." What do you have to say about
A lot of American dudes need to understand this. This one phrase that everybody knows: time will tell.
that?
Like, I liked her, I was interested, and dudes are like, "Oh, Austin, do her right, treat her right," and I'm like, "Yeah, I will," but we need some time first, though, because people can only put up a persona for so long, and if they are doing it and they're not genuine, then eventually it will come out. It may take a year, it may take a few months, but you got to pay attention to red flags along the way. That part of my life in Africa, if you ask me, was a reality show. That Africa tour, that shit was a reality show.
Uh, 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 that was it was a reality check, because I ain't gonna lie, a lot of people owed you an apology for even saying like you was wrong for how you did that short with her. You know what I mean? And so that was a true, in my opinion, that was a true lesson. A lot of guys should go. Now, a spin-off question is: do you see a lot of guys trying to backdoor your sloppy seconds?
Yeah, I noticed that the worst when I was in Africa, but even when I was in Peru, I had the Peruvian chick on camera, and
Mm-hmm.
listen, I was really asleep, but like, do these dudes really think like they're trying to type in Spanish, trying to ask for her Instagram and her information? I'm like, do these dudes really think like she's not gonna tell me? Or do they think that she's gonna do that on my live, maybe on the back end, but on my live chat, like, I'm not gonna find out. So yeah, I think dudes have like just like how some non-black women fetish black men, I think a lot of these dudes have a fetish for trying to sleep with other dudes, girls, or something like that. I don't. I've never done that. I've never aimed to do that. If it happened, she was the one that wanted that. I never just like, oh, I'm gonna go try to fuck her because that's Austin's girl. Like I've never said nothing like that.
Now, back to some of the most attractive women in the world. What countries have you seen in each? Let's just say in each continent you've been into. Which country has some of the most attractive women in the world? So just give a top country. Give one country for each continent.
Even if I haven't been to it, I think honestly, man, I think Eritrea has the most beautiful women in Africa. I think they have the most beautiful. I've never been though, but from what I've seen them. But if you want to talk about a place that I've been
Where
to,
you been? It has to be where you've been because I've been fooled with Ethiopia. So where have you? Based on where you've been. Based on where you've been.
I think if you at a place that I've been to in Africa, I would say Kenyan women because they got that nice black skin. Like the dark looks good on them. It looks really good, and they know how to dress. They can dress their ass off, and they got the attitude. Not the attitude, but they got the personality to match it too. Like they got the energy. Yeah, they got the most attractive chicks that I've out of the countries I've been to in Africa. Latin America is a tough one, right? Because there's so many beautiful chicks in Latin America. But if you want to ask me, it's in between Uruguay and Colombia and Brazil. And I would say I'm still probably gonna stick with Brazil just because they have the most variety. It's a variety. Like where I'm at in Sao Paulo, like I didn't know that there was this many gingers in Sao Paulo. Like it's so many white chicks with ginger hair here. So that was a new type of woman I didn't even know was in Brazil. Versus Colombia, I mean, they have a variety too, but it's not like Brazil. Brazil has a bigger population too, and there's more nationalities. Like you got the Japanese mix, you got Korean Brazil, you got some Chinese people that are here. You have, of course, the Angolan Black Africans that were here. You have the natives that were here at first, and then you have the Portuguese, you have the German, the Italian. So it's a lot of people here already to pick from. So that I would still go with Brazil if we want to say that. Europe, in between Romania and Poland, I would go with Romania, and in Asia, I would say it's in between Cambodia and Vietnam. I'm gonna go with Vietnam though.
Just to get for me it would be for Asia, it would be Thailand. For Africa, I ain't gonna lie, bro. The Tutsi tribe in Rwanda, those have been the coldest chicks in my opinion, the coldest chicks in Africa.
Okay, I think I'm gonna have to give it to Rwanda. I forgot about that. I forgot Rwanda does have some super beautiful, and they got some light skinned chicks too, and they built like it looked like somebody drew their body. Like it looks like somebody just drew it.
I mean, South Africa was my thing, but Tanzania got some baddies too. But Rwanda, man, like not all of them, but it's a particular tribe that has certain genetic traits, and they look like Ethiopians, but they call the Tutsis, but they bad, some of the baddest chicks in Africa. But I'm a Colombia guy. I always felt like Colombians just had the edge. But yeah, it's good. It's always a good debate on the most attractive chicks. So as far as if you want to anything as far as things you reflect on, any advice you want to give people traveling for their first time, what advice would you give people, a younger demographic, your age bracket? What advice would you give them, traveling for the first time? The common question you probably get is, which country should I travel to? What advice would you give for, travelers?
The first advice if they want to date abroad.
Okay.
No, is that what you're asking me?
Well, the common question is going to be, what country should I travel to first, right? And then I would say
Oh,
the other thing you can follow with is advice as far as it's pretty much three things you can do when it comes to women, right? Pay for play, casual dating, which is hookup, or a serious relationship. So, what is your advice for? And we're not going to talk about pay for play. What's your advice for casual dating, hookup, um, and then as far as approaching that, and then also long term dating, and then the common question is, what country should I travel to first?
so what country should you travel to first? I would say travel to the place that's going to give you the most culture shock. And that's, I'm talking about infrastructure and language, poverty rate, crime rate. For me, that's why going to Brazil and Tanzania had the biggest culture shocks, only because they were completely different than the United States. And not all Brazil, I would say that, but like Rio is nothing like Dallas. I don't know another city in the United States that's similar to Rio. When we take everything into account, Miami has a beach, but Miami is nothing like Rio. It's nothing like Rio. I mean, besides they got a beach and they got a lot of Latin people in Miami. Tanzania, I would say go to that one over Kenya first, because Kenya is going to be more similar to United States when it comes to the development. But Tanzania is like a bunch of dirt roads in Dar es Salaam. It's a bunch of black people. But there's not you. I didn't even come close to crime. And we black people, we have this perception. I mean, I guess if you're in the United States, everybody has this perception that black people are criminals. And when you go somewhere that's all black and they're poor, but you're not getting robbed, or not your life doesn't feel in danger. It was a culture shock for me, because like, oh shit, like these are, and I'm not calling all Tanzanians poor, but you know what I mean. Like these are poor black people, and they're not violent, and they're not trying to rob me. They're actually good people. So it versus if you go somewhere in the States and it's poor black people, it's not going to be the same thing. It's going to be a different scenario. But they deal with crime differently in Tanzania. So um, I would even say go to Cambodia. It's super poor. Nobody's really going to be speaking English there. It's very underdeveloped. It's going to be a culture shock going there too. You might not have as good of a time as Thailand though. But Thailand is so developed. It's basically like just being in America, just around a bunch of Asian people. So that's what I would have to say about that. Um, if you were looking for a long term, you want me to give advice on what country to go to for long term dating?
I would say, how should I say this? Let me ask you a different question. Only because you don't have the experience of marriage or long term dating from what we see. So I want to hold off on that. I want to kind of close. I want to kind of close with kind of with something and get your opinion. So how I see the passport bro or travel movement is that I call this generation from um, I would say the Charles Tyler. I don't know, you probably heard his name before, but the
Mhm.
Charles Tyler movement to now, which is we're almost at the 10-year mark from the Charles Tyler era. I call that kind of passport bro 1.0. Now I see the next maybe 10 years 2.0. I see that Africa right now, a lot of people are transitioning to Africa. Colombia has become more dangerous, and and people are still hitting up Thailand and Philippines. So that's kind of my perspective 2.0. And then also I see guys transitioning from dating women that don't have money overseas versus men dating women with money overseas. And then my last point is that I eventually see, and Passport Bro 3.0, which is ways from now, I see that feminism, liberalism has caught up to most of the world, and the last options are going to be Muslim countries. So, give me your opinion on, do you see the travel trending to Africa, and do you see guys deciding to not date women with no money versus dating women in other countries that have resources due to the begging and basically having more genuine interaction when you have women with money? And then lastly, do you think that Muslim countries are going to be the last resort for passport bros?
I think that women that have money, and I've realized this from being in Chile, Uruguay, uh, we could even say Argentina, Sao Paulo, Brazil, uh, hell, even Peru. It seemed like the chicks, they weren't rich, but they didn't have to ask. Like if I forgot my wallet at home, they had the capability to pay. A lot of them had their own cars and apartments. They weren't desperate like these people try to make it seem online that we go to date desperate women. Um, I personally think is more beneficial. And for myself, I think it's more beneficial because I when these chicks pull up my social media, I guess to them maybe they think like, oh, like he's rich. I'm not rich, but they think like he's rich. Like he's got all these subscribers. He's traveling all around the world. So dealing with poor chicks is not. I used to. I used to. Now it's like, okay, if she doesn't live near where I live, and she doesn't have a job, I can't do it anymore. There's risk involved with that. That for me it's a safety issue, and it's just what is she used to? Like, is she used to going to a steakhouse? That doesn't mean she has to go there every week or every night, but does she know how to behave there? Because I've dated some chicks in Africa that were poor and like they didn't know how to behave at the nice restaurant. The way how they were eating their food was uncalled for. And I'm not saying African chicks are like that because I know somebody's going to try to make it seem like that. I'm just talking about that's the first example I was thinking about. But then I've dated some chicks in Kenya that had just as much class as I did. And I think at this point, after dealing with so many poor women, I think I need somebody that's a little more on my level when it comes to that. She doesn't have to be rich, but she has to know something, man. She has to have something about her, some sort of class. She can't just, I'm not Prince Charming that's here to marry the poor princess, but she doesn't have to be rich. I want to emphasize on that.
But
But
women with jobs, the availability be kind of, that's the only drawback with women with jobs. Like you on a week vacation or weekend vacation, and if she's not available the whole time, and that's like your main squeeze, that's the only that's the only con I can see with a chick working all the time.
yeah, I experienced that in Paraguay. I experienced that in Chile. That's when I really started to wake up to, okay, like I think I need a chick that has a car, or like a car is a big deal outside of the United States. A car is a big deal. Maybe not in Europe, but in Latin America, Africa, if a chick has a car, that's like a big deal. So when I realized, okay, like this chick is really into me, and I had this chick in Paraguay, at least I thought, right? Really into me, and I have a good time when I'm with her. She's checking off all the boxes, but I can't never see this motherfucker because she's always at work.
Right, right.
She's always at work. And for my lifestyle, I know chicks aren't gonna have I work when I want to at this point, right? If I don't want to do anything on YouTube for a month, I can do that. And I can get back right in the mix like nothing happened. Well, probably not. I'll probably lose a little momentum, but you get what I mean. I don't expect these chicks to have that same capability, but I mean, damn, like I can't never see you, like I can't ever see you. Like you're working so much where I can only see you maybe once every 2 weeks. I don't think so. I don't think so. And I'm not at a point. I'm getting closer to a point where I do want a girlfriend, right? But that's not making me want to make. That's not making me want to make you as my girlfriend if I can't even get to know you well enough, you know. So that's a no go. But then again, I know some people in these other countries that have poor girlfriends that do make time, and this happened for me too, where these chicks do make time. They work 12-hour shifts and they go home and take a shower and they go on a date with you. You know, that it happens, but it's just less likely to happen with the poor chicks, you know. So I still think dating chicks that have, at least let them be in school or something. Like they're trying to do something to fix their current situation. They can't just be doing nothing, you know. Desperate people do desperate things.
Do you think that Africa is the next wave?
I As soon as they fix their scams when it comes, like, you can buy real estate in Africa, right? You can open a business in Africa, but you got so many people, and this is Latin America too, but I think it's worse in Africa, that will sell you land that doesn't that isn't for sale, or they just disappear. They got so much of that going on. I think the wave is generated off of places that people can thrive in economically. You look at how many people have businesses in Thailand and in Colombia, even though they can't own shit in Thailand, but they have stuff there, and they can generate income so they can actually live there and employ that girl's family. They can actually build another life there. In Africa, you can do that, but it's so risky. Like, it's so risky that I think dudes would just come there just to kick it. You know, most of the dudes I met that were in Africa really didn't have like a girl. Like, they were there just to kick it. I think those correlate together. But I think, I mean, Africa was for me, man. For me, it was the wave. For me, it was. But you got to be on point still. You definitely got to be on point in Africa, especially in Kenya.
Yeah, I mean, coming as a black man, I mean, you are competing with other black men, Nigerians, other black men. You're not the only, if especially if you're an attractive brother, you're not the only attractive brother in Africa. Um, I will say countries, there are 4 countries that have good laws around investment, like South Africa, Namibia, Botswana. Those are a few. Kenya, a lot of people are doing some things in Kenya, but to your point, there's not a lot of investment options in Africa. But shout out to you and Checks, as far as some of the bigger names in the space that went to Africa and really put put it on the map even further. You know what I mean? Even though I've been to a lot of these countries already. My last question is.
Well, look, before you get, sorry to cut you off. Before you get to that last one, I just started this too. Passport Heavy had a clip on his Instagram I saw, or it was on YouTube. Maybe it was on both. I saw it, but there was a guy he interviewed where he said he made like $400,000 off of real estate in Africa in 6 months. He was like, people think you're gonna get scammed, this and that, but you gotta know the right lawyer, you gotta know the right people, you gotta know this, gotta know that. If you're telling an American that, where we come from, a country where, like, if you fuck me over, you can damn near go to prison. Versus Africa, you fuck them over, nobody's coming to help you. So even with you, it's just like when I made the comparison with nightlife, when they're like, oh, this city has great nightlife, you just got to know the right people. Great. It doesn't have great nightlife then. if I got to know somebody to have a good time, it's not like, now you've been in Nairobi, you don't need to know nobody to have a good time. They got great nightlife. So we're not going to say Africa has great potential, but do they have a great business structure? Not if you got to have the right lawyer to make sure somebody doesn't sell you some damn land and then some tribe comes up months later and chops your head off, like that happened to that woman in Ghana. Not if that's the risk.
There's a few countries though. South Africa is one. Botswana would be another one. Namibia would be another one. That and Kenya, if you want to throw Kenya in there. So out of 54 countries, I would say 4 countries You know, what I mean, you have the legal protections like you would in the U.S. My last question is if you have an opinion on it, Muslim countries. So I don't think you've been to any. I think you mentioned it that you may go, but places like Muslim countries, Arab countries, countries where there's more order when it comes to women, concern. What's your thoughts on? Before I ask you this, I talked to O'Shea. I had talked to O'Shea about this. I said, because I was telling him the same thing, and he was like, "Man, niggas gonna get." He said, "Niggas will get killed in Muslim countries, man." He's like, I said, "What's your thought on going to Muslim countries?" He's like, "Niggas will get killed." But as far as conduct, the expectations you would probably get from, let's say, a woman from those regions, what guys say they're looking for when it comes to women. What's your thoughts on Muslim countries being an option in the future, or being an option for passport bros in the future?
Man, I think it's highly unlikely. I think it's highly unlikely. Like if we were, I've been to the closest I've been to a Muslim country was two, which was Senegal, which is Muslim, and then I went to Tanzania, which is 50% Muslim. They're not really Muslim, but they got a good amount of Muslims there. They live peacefully together, I believe, right? Christians and Muslims there. But if we were to talk about Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, uh, the UAE, Qatar, Iran, Pakistan, not Afghanistan, but places like that. I just don't not. I don't even see white men going over there. I mean, even if you converted, right? They still like in Saudi Arabia, they're known for racism. I think they weren't they the last country to liberate slaves. Like they're still known to have that type of like they're getting exposed for that kind of stuff all the time there. And that being said, like that stuff is a long, like you said, it might be Passport Bros 3.0, which is 30 years from now. Maybe that. I think that stuff is a long way from now. Like that's a lot. Like I think those countries would have to eventually catch up with the rest of the world when it comes to liberalism, and then that would be an option. But if we would have put the state that they're in today and be like, oh yeah, some dudes are gonna go over there, like I think hell no.
Okay. Well, yeah, man, that's all I got, man. I gotta run though, man. But yeah, appreciate you invite me up, man. Always great to interview, get your perspective, man. And yeah, be looking forward to hopefully crossing path with you in the near future, man, in one of these countries.
Absolutely, man. Keep in contact with me. I appreciate it.
All right, man. Peace out. Peace out to the chat.
All right, man. All right, you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed that interview. Give me just 1 second. This is the first time I've held the bathroom break for that long. So let me use the bathroom. We'll be right back. All right, you guys. We are back. I hope you guys really, really enjoyed the interview. I was a little shocked by that last question he asked me about the Muslim countries. I'm going to the Muslim countries just to go, to say I went and to see how the people live and, have the passport stamp and just to go. But thinking that we're going to go to these countries, I don't know, man. I don't really see that happening. Now, put a 1 in the chat if you guys enjoyed seeing me be interviewed. I don't think you guys enjoyed it. Nobody sent one super chat, or we didn't get. I didn't get any Cash App. I didn't see nothing, man. Y'all didn't send me nothing. Y'all send the other guests super chats. Y'all didn't send me nothing. So that's that. But I mean, I don't need it. For me, it's content. I just wanted to do another interview. I'm in the habit of doing interviews every day. I want to make sure that we continue to keep up with the interviews. Now, our next option is to did you get any likes? No, I didn't I got like 80 something likes last time I checked, man. Y'all didn't like my interview, man. I got 99 likes now. Yeah, y'all send the other guests super chats. I guess y'all didn't send super chats because y'all any questions y'all would have, I probably have already answered them. So thank you. We got a $5 cash out from Best Knowers. I wish I could smoke in this Airbnb, but I can't because I have a few cigars and we could do a cigar tasting. I didn't buy all these today. I only bought one of them today, but I'm gonna do the ebook. I'll probably start on that tonight that you guys wanted. Where we talk about how to pick the first cigar, the difference between the shades, the difference between the strength, the difference between the lighters, which is not too much of a difference, but the lighters, the ashtrays, how to keep your teeth from falling out of your mouth, how to keep your teeth white, how to get rid of cigar breath instantly, how to get rid of that. Even how to smoke a cigar on your first date with a chick, which I would not recommend, but I've done it. And I still got what I wanted, but I did it. Humidors, all that kind of stuff. Reach out to Nomad Consultant for an interview. Yes, we would do that. Caleb Wood sent a $2 super chat, but thanks for the good content. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. If you guys enjoyed it, send your boy a super chat. So we could put a 1 in the chat if you guys want to sample a cigar right now. We have this is a Nicaraguan, but it says that it was imported from Costa Rica. But I'm hoping it was still made in Nicaragua. It's a box pressed Maduro. And I think I paid somewhere around $5 or $6 for this one. Again, that's Don Fernando Maduro box press. The next one is the first cigar I ever smoked in my life, but it wasn't this one in specific, but it was the same brand. It was the same cut. And then we'll get into that. Different cuts of cigars, the cutters, how to smoke the cigar, because there is a proper way to smoke a cigar. It's not to look cool. It's so that you don't have your head spinning, and so the cigar actually burns properly. There's a whole science behind smoking cigars. And then I'm going to talk about the different ashtrays. I wish I would buy a really big ashtray, but I only have this one, which I forgot to clean out. Usually I'm very good at cleaning out every time I use it, but it's not a travel ashtray, it's a personal one, but I travel with this one because I can put it in my computer bag so it doesn't add an extra pound of weight on top of my luggage. And then in the ebook, I will tell you guys what this is, which is a tool that you use for cigars. It can also be a weapon. I'm not telling you to use it as a weapon. I'm just saying. So I guess if you get into a cigar fight at the lounge, you can have this as a weapon. I'm just not telling you to do that. And then I'll tell you guys what this is as well. And how much these things cost. And we have the next cigar, which is a Maximus Don Blend. I believe this is I guess Don Blend is the name of the brand. I've showed you guys this one before, I believe. This is also from Brazil. I believe this one is from Brazil. This is what it looks like. This is a full body cigar. I don't think that's a Churchill. I think that's a full body. And it's just a regular cut cigar. And then we have, like I said to you guys before, the cutters. And then we also have this thing, which is a travel case, not a humidor, a case. For somebody like me, I can fit 3 regular cigars in there. You know, you could fit 3 of those in there. And if they're the small, like blunt looking cigars, then you could fit those as well. And you can hold that in your hand. It's way easier to hold this in your hand as opposed to holding 3 cigars and you risk breaking them. So there you go. That works as well. And I think those are the only accessories I have with me. When I was in Kenya, I had plenty of accessories. And we'll get into lighters too. I have my own lighter. Of course, if you smoke cigars and you don't have your own lighter, you are not doing it right. And you do not use you can use a big lighter, a regular lighter that you would light a cigarette with, a soft flame lighter, or you could buy one of these torch lighters, a 2 torch. But if you get that, you would also need, if you get one this small, I would still say get this anyway. You would also need a butane tank to fill your lighter. This lasts you, if you smoke and I smoke 2 cigars a day, and this lasts me almost 3 months, right? And you just put it in there like that. Otherwise, you will be making trips back and forth to the cigar lounge asking them to fill up your lighter, which is super inconvenient because that means you can't smoke when you want. So there you have it with that as well. I bought this lighter that looks like, I bought it in Peru because it's sleek. It fits in your pocket. It's not a huge bulge in your pocket. But they have some lighters that are made literally just to stay at the house, and they're probably as big as this case right here. I don't have one because I don't have a place that I actually live at. I'm living in Airbnbs, and I would love to buy a nice big fancy lighter and cigar ashtray, but those weigh. The big ashtrays probably weigh 5 or 6 pounds, and I refuse to add 5. I don't need to smoke cigars that damn bad. I refuse to add 5 or 6 pounds of weight onto my bag and get charged $100 in extra fees on top of that. So there you have it. And we'll get more. I would actually invest more in my cigar habit and buy the top of the line everything. But it just doesn't make sense. Sometimes if I forget my lighter, if I don't put my lighter in my check bag, then they throw away my $25 lighter. So I can only imagine if I spent $150 on a lighter and they throw it away. It probably would make more sense for me to miss the damn flight, depending on where I'm going. They have some lighters that cost $3,000. If I ever spend $3,000 on a lighter, I will smoke until the day I die because that is way too expensive for a damn lighter. But $100 on a lighter, I would buy that with the intent of quitting smoking in 5 years, which probably won't happen, but I would do it. But $3,000 is a lot of money to spend on a light. That's just, I mean, I would have to have my own line of cigars to even consider spending $3,000 on a damn lighter. I'm just not doing it. I wonder if Austin's met any wealthy women in Brazil. Women that are doing well. I wouldn't say women that are wealthy. At least I didn't know. Unless we want to talk about the woman that owned the apartment complex that I stayed at when I was in Salvador. She owned it, her. Or maybe her husband owned it. I don't know, but it seemed like she owned it. You're supposed to light a cigar with a match, not a lighter. I'll talk about that in the ebook as well. I would agree. It is absolutely best to light a cigar with a match and not a lighter. But you know the problem with matches versus lighters. Most places, if you don't want your entire apartment smelling like a cigar, even if you have a humidor, air purifier, you can't light a match 24 hours a day, 7 days a week outside. One slight gust of wind and your match is gone. That's the problem with matches. So it's still the torch. Out of all 3 ways you could light a cigar, 4 ways, there's other ways you could light it, right? Like there'll be like you could use a soft light, which is completely useless if you ask me. Or you could use a torch, which is completely useful, if you ask me. If you use a match, it's the best. But, I mean, it is the best because it makes the cigar taste like, it just makes it taste very natural. And it has a woody taste to it, too, that isn't made into the cigar. So it's not, it's just not, I don't think I'm about to debate with you if it makes more sense and is more useful more often to light with a torch lighter versus a piece of wood. There's another way you could light, which is to buy a piece of, they have like these cedar wood strips. You get any kind of lighter and you light the wood on fire and you light it the same way you would with a match. The only thing to that is it often burns off, and it has burned my clothes before. Luckily, it didn't damage them, but it kind of burned them a little bit. And it's also burned the hell out of my hand before, too. Not like the fire got too close to my hand. It's like when the shit starts breaking off, little hot specks get on my hand. I don't think I want that. If I'm inside, it makes sense to light cigars with with matches and wood if you are inside the house or inside somewhere. But here in Brazil, there's the only place in Brazil that I've seen where you can smoke is at the cigar lounge or outside. So yeah, it's not universal to light. This is a citizen watch, a citizen eco drive. It's not reliable to buy matches to think that you're going to light your cigars like that. Yeah, I like lighting with cedar wood. I like lighting my cigars best with cedar wood because the flame is so big, it doesn't take long to light. Like it feels very natural and it looks cool as hell. It looks cool to light like that. But it's not useful. You can't go too many places like that. So again, I would still say that a torch lighter wins for that judgment. I'm still hungry, so I'm probably going to eat some popcorn. But I was trying to set up a date tonight, man, but I don't think that's going to happen. So that's fine because I still have the cigar ebook. I need to write my YouTube ebook. I need to chop that video that I just did up in the shorts. And that would be great. Matter of fact, I'm going to multitask. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take my SD card out of this camera because I was recording that live stream on my camera as we were doing it. And I'm going to let this probably 30 or 40 gigabyte video transition over to my computer while we sit here and talk still. Multitasking is what they call that. Right? Put a 1 on a scale of 1 to 10. Tell me what you guys thought of the audio today. 1 being that it was the best audio. It's 12 gigabytes. It's almost 13 gigabytes. 1, it was the best audio. 10, it was the worst. What do y'all think of the audio with this microphone today? Because if you guys really liked it, I'm going to do it more often. Let me just go back and listen to it myself. Okay, that sounds really good. So I think as often as I can use this audio, I will. As often as I can use the microphones, I'll do it. You should use that when you're outside. Yeah. So the good thing, here's the only issue about that, right? If I'm doing IRL streams on my phone, there's a piece that this microphone is wirelessly connected to. It goes in my phone, but if my phone runs low on battery, we will have to take out the microphone and let it go like that, which means however long that phone takes to charge, which is probably like 45 or 50 minutes, the audio will probably be shit. And I'll be getting several comments of people saying, I can barely hear you. I can barely hear you. He says, anybody who pays $3,000 for a lighter is just fronting to let people know that they paid that much for a lighter. Yeah. Again, like I said, if I ever spent $3,000 on a lighter, first of all, I had to be making $3,000 a day for that to even make sense. Like that, even if I was making 30 grand a month, I'm not gonna spend $3,000. I'm not gonna spend 10% of my income for the month on a damn lighter. That sounds ridiculous. So I'd have to be making 300 grand a month to spend 1%. Then it wouldn't matter. Fucking rich, wouldn't matter. But I think that's more of a status symbol. Like if you go into a cigar lounge and you're like, oh, I don't know what brand lighter that was. It was dope too. It looked like some shit that a slave built in the 1800s. But be like, oh, I do that. I do that. I have this brand. Then okay. To me, that's basically the equivalent of buying a Ferrari. Like it doesn't get you from point A to point B any better than a Honda, but it's just like, hey, I got so much money I can fuck off $3 grand on a lighter. That's all I get from that. I don't really see, there's no real benefit to a $3,000 lighter. So yeah, that's what I have to say about that. Cigar, because the thing is, the lighter costs $3,000, but the gas, I mean, the gas ain't gonna burn no different. It's still just a lighter. I have an external hard drive. Trust me, my videos are protected. I have them saved on a hard drive. Well, the important ones. I have them saved on a hard drive, and they are saved in my Apple Cloud. So I take my doomsday precautions very serious. I think I don't think. But I did score in Bolivia. I did. There's only been a couple countries where it was a dry trip. Well, you guys, we got 330 people watching still. What's going on? What else do y'all want to know about? If I had the money, what brand of your watch would be my favorite? Omega. Omega. I have a knockoff Omega watch that I love. It's a knockoff, but I love it. I'm gonna show you why I love it. I love it, number one, because I paid $100 for it instead of $6,600, and it looks exactly. I think you would not know it was fake unless if you had one and you noticed the very slight differences that this one has. So this is a Citizen watch that has a very big face. You know, that some people would say is not. You know. Then you have this knockoff Omega watch, which I really like. I mean, looking at that from afar, nobody's gonna ask you nothing. So it's a wind up. And I think this honestly looks better with this black shirt. But somebody's B-Way just said, even if I was rich, I'm not spending that much money on a watch. I could see why you would think that, but I think when you do get rich, what's going on, Dan Sparks? I think when you do get rich, people buy expensive stuff again just for status symbols. Because you can find a watch that doesn't cost you $6,000 that looks like this. And I didn't pay $6,000, remember. You can find what is it, a Vincero watch for like $300, and it literally has the exact same style as this. And hell, sometimes the cheaper watches look classier than the Rolex watches. You know, I've never understood. I think out of all the Rolexes I've seen in my life, I've only looked at one Rolex and was like, damn, that's clean. I usually Rolexes are ugly to me. So I think even if I got rich, or let me say when I get rich, even when I get rich, I'm not buying a Rolex. There's more super expensive luxury watches than a Rolex that look way better. But I do know that some of those big ugly watches people buy as savings accounts. They might buy a $7,000 watch because it's still worth $7,000 after you wear it for 7 years. There's some watches that you can pretty much sell for the same price you bought them. Pat Dewitt says a Rolex ain't ugly, you crazy. Rolexes are ugly. Rolexes are ugly. I'm sorry. I've only seen maybe one or two Rolexes that were like, okay, that's a nice looking watch. But usually the watch I just showed you looks better. Let me just pull up some Rolexes and show you guys. Let me just type in the most popular Rolexes, the ones that, because if you ask me, people buy Rolexes for status symbol. Now it pulled up some good looking. I'm gonna show you the ones that I like. You better not wear a Rolex in Saudi. I've seen some Colombians, and who knows, maybe they were fake. I've seen some Rolexes in Latin America. So like this one is all right. Like it's beautiful when it comes to the color and the quality of the quality is the quality of it looks good. But that little box shit, I don't like that. You know, this one, it looks a little better. It looks more like a female watch to me. This one's all right. I think a Movado watch looks better than that. This one's good. I've seen better watches though. Man. I've seen in this watch is $150,000. Right? Is that 150? 150. Yeah, $150,000 for that. This was 17,000, almost 18. This is 35 grand. I just wouldn't spend that money on that. Now, if you look up like the Omega Seamaster, that's the one I just showed you. It was a knockoff. But and I guess maybe it boils down to personal preference, you know. Um okay, these motherfuckers are ugly too. Except for that one I just showed y'all. All that shit was ugly. I mean, to me, it's ugly. Okay, you can't even go to the website. That must be my VPN. What's another luxury brand watch? Rolex Daytona has costume ones. Yes. I just would never buy a fake Rolex. Like that piece of jewelry is way too expensive. Now, if like Dan Sparks just said, I'm with him 100% because I'm wearing a Citizen watch right now. If you go to the Citizen, what the hell? Okay, let me put on my VPN. Hold on. Okay, my VPN is on. Somebody said a Richard Mille. Um, like look at this Citizen watch. You can't tell me that isn't shitting on every other Rolex we just saw. You're not going to convince me that that watch does not look better than every other Rolex we just saw. The gold one. That one on the right looks ugly to me. It looks like that one is more. This one on the right looks like it's more so for you to go diving or some shit. And I don't know. But if we want to talk about dressing in a suit or trying to upgrade a t-shirt and jeans, this watch looks better. And it's only $360 versus Rolex going to try to charge you $250,000 for a watch. Um, yeah, the gold watch is killing. I mean, it's killing it. And Citizens, their watches are. I mean, the thing about so Omega has watches now that show you the lunar phase, which I mean, who gives a damn? I mean that I don't. I mean, it just looks cool. If you ask me, it just looks cool. Like I don't need to know what stage the moon is at, but it looks cool. You can get one from Omega for damn near $7,000, or I think it was 7,000 last time I saw it. Or Citizen makes it for $400. Um, let me just pull up the one I'm talking about. So this is and these aren't that attractive to me. This one looks a little more feminine, but it's still a nice watch, Um, yeah, these aren't all that, but my point is they make the same type of concept. This is a nice one. It has that gunmetal gray. I'm just saying the Rolex and stuff, the price tag just makes it a status symbol or it's a savings account, I guess. It's something to that effect. I don't know. Do Rolexes appreciate over time? I know some of those watches like actually appreciate. The Citizens Suyosa. Let me see. Suyosa. Suyosa. Watches are a good way to attract women too. Trust me. I've had when I was in the States, I've had women. I had another silver watch before. I gave it to my brother, but I've had chicks walk up on me just to compliment my watch. This one is nice, yeah. They actually emailed me this because I'm on their email list. I need to buy another watch, man. I need to buy another gold watch. Like that Citizen one I just showed y'all. I probably would get that one. I probably wouldn't wear it in South America. You know, I probably would only wear it in Africa and Asia and Europe. But I'm gonna get it. Rolexes are good if for legacy pieces. Yeah, I would agree. Now, Movado watches, I've heard people try to talk down on Movado watches, but um, I mean, they look good to me. I mean, I don't really like the fact that they don't have the numbers on there. They don't. I forgot what they call that, but they don't. Like, yeah, actually, I don't like Movado watches. Like this. I don't like that. I don't like the fact that there's no numbers on there and there's no actual what is it called? The chronograph? I don't like that. Or whatever it is, whatever that's called. Does anybody in the chat like pocket watches? When I used to wear suits a lot, I used to want to buy a pocket watch. That was just to look cool. Like it tells time, but it just looks cool. He said, "Do you like AP?" AP is a Rolex. What is AP? I've heard of AP, but I don't know. No, that if you're talking about these, I don't like these. I've seen these watches before. I don't like those. And that's a very expensive watch. And again, it's not about the price. I mean, right now I can't afford this shit. But I'm saying if I had the money, like I still want to like what I'm looking at. You know, fuck the status symbol part. Like if I'm gonna buy a house and put it on my wrist, I want to be able to be, you know, I want to like it. Somebody said pocket watches sound very 1700s. I mean, it is. That is a 1700, you know, a 16th, 18th century type of look. But if you type this in, pocket watches with suits, the ones that they have on the chain, like these, the pocket watch with the chain that I think I don't know where they connected to, but it's this type of look where it's just I think for me a pocket watch would literally be just to look cool. Like that there's because he's wearing a pocket watch and he has a wristwatch on. So in this case, it's literally just to look cool because he already has one watch that can tell him the time on his arm. It's just a look thing. He says, you fellas are talking about shit you can't afford. Not all watches cost $200,000 and $300,000. Trust me. We just showed you guys some that cost $400. Trust me, I got $400. Trust me. Yeah, I know y'all don't like that thumbnail. I was just putting some up real quick because I didn't have a photo. Pocket watches would make women think. Well, I tell you what, if you guys can't travel and you stuck in the United States, if you want to build that mystery that all those American chicks be going on and on about for the rest of their damn life, wear a pocket watch. You'll look mysterious. They'll probably ask you if you're a CIA agent. And you could say, yeah, I'm a spy for the US government. No spy would ever come out and say that. but they'll believe you because they don't think about it. They don't think too deeply about some stuff. What's another luxury watch that you guys brought up? $10 super chat from LV says Citizen watches, Movado, G-Shock, etc. are for broke boys. Okay. A good watch starts at $15,000 to $25,000 Rolex, AP, Patek Philippe, Richard Mille. Almost anything else is weak. I started with a 36 millimeter gold day date. Well, you know what, sir? Thank you for sending me that $10 super chat. I will put that in my $15,000 to $25,000 Rolex savings fund. That's what since you said we're broke boys, I will put that, I will take your advice and I'm going to take that out of my next YouTube check and I'm going to put it on there just for you. Let's see what you're talking about. 36 millimeter day date. This one is nice. Now this is one of the better looking Rolexes. Now, if I was to buy a Rolex and spend a shitload of money on a Rolex, then yes, this is one I wouldn't regret. But them other ugly ass Rolexes they had on screen, yeah, right. I would not spend 15 or 20 grand on that. Like this is nice. This is nice, yeah. So you said you started with this watch. So I'm assuming you got your first watch when you were a very full-grown adult, or you're a trust fund baby. Which one is it? The gold day date is the one on the screen. Somebody said broke motherfuckers can't afford $700 Citizen watches. Yeah. Well, you think? I mean, honestly, I don't care how much the watch costs right now because I got more important money to invest and use so I can actually get the money for that shit. You know what? This is one thing about American culture. We will down somebody because essentially what you're doing is you're downing us because we don't have a $20,000 watch that we're broke boys, and I guess we should feel bad for wearing a $500 watch or even a $200 watch. You should feel bad for wearing a $200 watch because you can't afford the $15,000 watch. That's what that is. And that's fine. That's why I'm not over there with you motherfuckers. But yeah, there you go. Raven Simone said the men's lives are way more entertaining than the women's. That's for sure. Y'all are so chill. Thank you. So yeah, and even a $10,000 watch, there are people with $1 million watches that look down on. Like, yeah, I think I've even heard Drake talk about a $2 million watch that he has. So here's one thing that goes with bragging about how much you spend on certain things. It's never enough, right? Like there was a guy that was posting on he posted on what you call it, on Facebook or Instagram years ago when I was a barber. And he put $80 in cash and he was like, first client of the day, $80. I'm like, oh, really? Because at the time, my haircuts was damn near $100, right? So I'm not saying nothing, but I'm just looking at it like, okay, $80. Okay. I just spent $400 on fucking purple rocks for my saltwater fish tank. Then I added $90 for the sand to go in the fish tank. Then I added another $150 to put the water in the damn fish tank. And you online bragging about $80? Then I bought the tank. Then I bought the pumps and all. So the all that shit was like $1,000. And there's not even no damn fish in the tank yet. We ain't even got no bacteria. Because if you guys know saltwater tanks, you got to put bacteria. So when people are leading with money, and this is why tricking is fucked up. The simping in the States and tricking. You can lead with your wallet and be like, yeah, I get the women I want. There's always another motherfucker that's richer than you, that's willing to spend more money. So when people brag about how much they spend, I mean, honestly, I mean, it doesn't, I mean, what the hell? And I never bragged about me having a $5,000 aquarium in my apartment. And I still got videos of it. I got rid of that shit. I'd rather live outside the country. I sold all them fish. Actually, I gave them my older brother that y'all met. But I'm not online bragging about a $300 eel that I don't need, that could probably fucking kill me if I was to get in the same tank with him. So what are we getting at by putting other people down? And the thing is, you got to think about the average person, right? You may know about watches. These women don't know shit about watches unless if they're a gold digger, right? So when I had my $500 watch on that I don't have anymore, I gave it away. But when I had my $500 watch, I had a guy ask me, "Oh, how much? That's a nice watch. How much was that? You spend like $2,500? No, I spent $500 on it." Okay, we're getting the same result. If we want to impress people, I spent 1/5 of what you spent, and I get motherfuckers that's thinking I spent what you spent. You talking about 15 or 20, but I'm talking about for somebody that spends 2,500. And again, if we're trying to impress women, these women don't know shit about how much these watches cost. Now they know about Rolex, yeah, but these other watches that people don't know of that are super expensive, they don't know. They don't know. And really, honestly, they don't give a damn, because they don't give a damn about their watch. They give a damn about how much money you're going to spend on them. Fuck your watch. Oh, I want him. He got a $20,000 watch on. Maybe a 21-year-old girl would think that, but a 26-year-old realize that's a watch. How much money is he going to spend on me? So again, who gives a fuck? Now, if I'm making $1 million a year and I'm making $2,700 a day, if I could, maybe 15 grand. I mean, but again, I don't think maybe some rich people do buy it to impress others. Like I said, a status symbol, but there's other reasons to buy super expensive luxury items like watches. I have a pair of dress shoes that I spent hundreds and hundreds of dollars on that I still wear to this day. I didn't buy them so I could walk around and say, oh, like I got on a X amount of dollar dress shoe, right? I bought those expensive dress shoes because I bought them in 2020, August 2020, and they still look the same way from when I bought them in August. And I've worn them on 5 continents. And I probably worn those shoes 200 or 300 times. And they still look good. But I didn't buy that just because they were $500. I bought them because I knew that quality would last. So let's make this clear too. You can have on a $2,000 pair of shoes and still be a sucker, right? I know some dudes, or knew some dudes, that had Rolexes and $2,000 watches and still couldn't get no pussy, unless if they were leading with their wallet. So that shit does not do nothing. Let's talk about that part, right? Let's talk about that. None of this stuff really does not mean anything. I have $250 belts that I bought when I bought those shoes. Why did I spend $150? Let me show you what this belt looks like. This is $150 belt. Regular belt. No logo. Nothing. You would not know it was a $150 belt. You would just know that it was a little shinier. I need to get some more polish and put it on there and shine it. But you would have not known that this was a $150 belt, because I don't give a fuck about a name brand to try to impress you with my belt. Nothing against people that wear Gucci belts. Wear what you want. I'm just telling you, I don't give a fuck about a logo. You want to look up the belt, look up this brand, and look at how much this belt costs. It's Magnani, right? You can go in Neiman's or Nordstrom and get this belt. I didn't buy that belt. I didn't buy that belt because I could have easily bought a $20 belt. I would have had to replace it in 6 months. That's what I was when I bought the belt. I'm like, okay, I don't want to have to come in here and buy belts every other month. So I said, let me buy this expensive belt one time, take care of it. Because if you know leather goods, you can buy leather polish and every so often keep the leather moisturized, I guess you would say, so it lasts longer. I travel to different countries. I have leather polish that I take with me. My leather polish has been to 22 countries because I want my shoes to remain, I guess you could say, healthy. I want the leather to stay good. That's why I bought expensive shit. Looking at those shoes, you would know that they weren't cheap. You'd be like, oh, those are some nice shoes. You wouldn't know how much I paid for them. But when we're talking about Gucci, you might like Gucci. That's why you bought it. You might like it. That's why you bought it. Most of you motherfuckers is wearing Gucci because it's Gucci. You say you can buy a $40 belt that lasts for years. I mean, yeah, you could. At that time, I wasn't thinking about that. I was just like, you know. But things that there are certain things that I would not go cheap on, right? Like I would be more prone to spending $500 on a pair of dress shoes because number one, they're gonna last me 7 years if I take care of them. If you don't take care of something, I don't give a fuck how much you spend. It's gonna fall apart. It might not fall apart as fast, but it's not gonna last. What point was I getting at? I forgot. Anyway, I just got back from Miami. I just got to Miami from Medellin. The dime count went down 80%. You need to sell It's That Bad t-shirts. They're on my website at theaustinholloman.com. Thank you for the super chat. I paid $12K for that at 25. I run a small trucking company, nothing special, and it'll hold value. Not talking down at all. You were talking down, man. You said broke boys. And Prince K says, but you will rock a fake watch. Yes. Depends on the brand. It depends on how much it stands out, right? For example, if they made fake Ferraris, I wouldn't drive one because it stands out way too much. Like if I'm gonna wear something fake, I need to be the only one that can identify that. So I would be more prone to faking something that costs $1,000 as something that costs $100,000 because people are gonna know something that's that expensive. But I also want my watches to last. Like I said before, I want this stuff to last. So if I'm buying a watch, I don't want to get into a fight and the first time I swing, the watch falls apart. Why do I say that? Because I've seen that happen. I seen a guy in high school that I went to high school with. He had on a cheap fake. It wasn't even a good fake. It was a cheap fake Rolex. And he was slapboxing in high school. And the guy slapped his arm. The guy missed him and slapped his arm. And the face of the watch fell off. That belt is not gonna fall apart, nor is that fake watch I have either, because it's a good fake. Imagine getting robbed over a fake watch. I wouldn't give a fuck. You can have it. My cigar budget every month is more than that damn watch. Take it. Shit, if I have a second one, I give it to you. Now, this is what I'm talking about right here. Alan says, I see guys with fake diamond Cubans. That's the type of fake shit I would not rock. It stands out way too much. This Africa chain is gold plated. For some reason, it's still gold after me having it 13, 14 months. Pay like $20 for this. Or I could be like you guys and be like, oh, I ain't wearing it unless if it's real. Okay, at the time, me spending $2,000, $3,000, hell, a real version is probably $3,000 or $4,000. Wasn't a good smart. It wasn't a good financial decision back then. So for me, I'm going with, okay, how can I still, first of all, who gives a fuck? Second, I'm going for how can I look good without going broke trying to impress you motherfuckers in this chat. Fake Rolexes, fake APs, fake Gucci. I would never do it. If my shit is fake, you wouldn't know. While y'all are busy spending $300 or $400 on a Gucci shirt that's not even tailored to you, I'm in Africa spending $75 on this shirt that's made only for Austin Holloman. This shirt was made for me. That's why I look so damn good in it. and you can go to, let's say, Lacoste, which is not super expensive. It's only $90 a shirt, but you can go to Lacoste and spend $90 on a shirt, and you still might have to take it to the tailor. When I can just go straight to the tailor and get it for cheaper, and it's made for me. You can buy Gucci shoes for $2,000. They have some Gucci shoes that cost $2,000. Do you guys know you can get your own custom shoes made only for your foot? If your name is James Walter, I don't give a fuck. You can get your own shoes made for cheaper than that, and they're going to make the shoes the way how you want them. For cheaper than the damn Gucci shoes. So while somebody is coming in the room like, oh yeah, like I got on the Gucci shoes. I look all, yeah, people know I spent $2,000 on shoes. My shoes could be the same price. They could be cheaper. They're more comfortable than your shoes because they're made for me. I told them how much I have a pair of custom shoes, but I'm saying in an example, I told them how much cushion to put in the shoes. They measure my foot. They know if I have an arch in my foot. So they made the shoes. Austin, are you going to walk in these shoes a lot? Do you walk a lot? You know, we went through weeks of measuring my foot weight to make sure the shoes are right. And I still come out cheaper than a motherfucker that's spending $1,500 on Louis Vuitton shoes. Not to mention, some of those brands are fucking racist. They don't even like you. We didn't even talk about that. So you're supporting a fucking racist at the same time. That's why you guys never see me wear Gucci, none of that. Because again, I can buy a Gucci shirt, or I can go to Nelvin in Nairobi and say, hey, can you make me this shirt? I want this design on this shirt. I need you to come over and measure my take my measurements again. I want this type of collar style. You can't walk in the Gucci store and say all that shit. This is what we got, and it's high as hell. Which one do you want? I want you to make my shirt out of this material. Custom clothiers is the way to go. John Lower, don't ask me any more crazy questions. That is a very silly question you just asked me, man. It's luxury brands are for poor people who want to look rich. I mean, yeah. I mean, not that they're all those people aren't necessarily poor, but generally speaking, that's true. For example, you guys remember the stimulus checks? Gucci and Louis Vuitton got a lot of stimulus money. They got a lot of PPP money. Poor people. So again, I don't see the use in putting down people because they didn't fuck all their money off. Because what that gives you the impression of is, okay, if you don't have a $50,000 watch, you didn't make it, or you ain't doing nothing until you got a $50,000 watch. Well, what if you had $50,000 worth of Zoom stock in 2020? You know, which one appreciated more in value that year, the fucking watch or the stock? Now, that doesn't mean that you can't buy yourself a nice watch. But if you want to bring up the conversation as if people are less than or they're broke because they don't have what a fucking $50,000 watch, that would be my response. A watch doesn't lose value if it's real. Again, which one appreciated more in 2020? The Zoom stock or the watch? And again, like Alan said, if you brag about a $80,000 bracelet, a $200,000 chain, a $50,000 watch, a $30,000 pinky ring, you realize that there's some people that make that every day, right? Like there's enough rich people in the world now, thanks to the internet too, even more of them exist, that make 30 grand a day. So what flexing are you really doing? Now, I'm against you on buying a $20 watch. I do want a watch that is durable for me. When I'm buying something, I'm looking for durability. I'm looking for style, and I'm looking for the quality of material, which goes into durability as well. I give a fuck what brand made it. I give a fuck about that. That's why I'm wearing a shirt that's basically not branded. But guess what? It's durable. I could do a damn backflip in this shirt if I wanted to. Now, Prince K says Rick Ross flexes if he isn't broke. Rick Ross also stole somebody else's name. So you need a different example. If we want to talk about who can really flex, let's talk about Elon Musk, who you don't ever see wear anything that's flashy. The motherfucker's so rich, he turns down money to continue saying what the hell he wants to say. Meanwhile, Rick Ross doesn't have that power. You know, Rick Ross cannot say what he wants because he'll lose shit. Elon Musk is not losing shit. Matter of fact, Elon Musk bought Twitter so people could still continue to talk shit. Like if you want to talk about flexing, he has enough money to control politics on a global scale, basically. Can Rick Ross do that? So again, the really rich people don't have to flex. Trust me. I know about the Tally and Twine watches. He's still rich, but if we again, the people that are flexing, anybody that flexes is one day away from being in the wrong room to somebody being like, "Oh, you got a $50,000 watch? Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I got this watch too. Oh, how much? Oh, I spent 300 grand on this." They're one room away from being in that situation where it's like, "Oh, I'm not who I thought I was. Maybe I'm not as rich as I thought I was." That's the problem around flexing. At the end of the day, I don't give a fuck what y'all do. The only reason this topic came up was because what is his name? LV came in here and tried to tell people that they were broke boys because they didn't have a $15,000 watch. I don't give a fuck what watch y'all got. But when y'all come in here saying stuff like that, I'm not gonna just agree with that shit. And then, like somebody else just brought up, people look rich, but they borrowed that money. That's another thing, right? Like people call the Africans broke. But when you get to Africa, the people that you see that have nice things had no credit cards or no loans involved. If you see somebody in Kenya with a car, let's say a BMW, the chances are for them to import that car, they would have to have paid double, almost triple the amount of that car to import that car. And they had to buy it cash. In Tanzania, they had to buy their cars cash. But meanwhile, we go put $2,000 down payment on a BMW, and we go pay $1,300 a month on a fucking car note. You lose your job, and you lose your flex. You also lost your car because it was never yours. It was never yours to begin with. I used to tell people that, like when they would try to flex, like, "Oh, you don't have a nice car, bitch. Look, miss 2 car payments and see who owns your car. Miss 2 car payments." And see who owns the car. It's not you. Now, if you pay for Americans are just stupid, man. If you pay for a car note, I'm not a car note, a lease, it's smarter to do that. Having a lease car is more expensive, but you can flex because you can say, "Hey, guess what? When I get tired of this car, I can just go hop in a new one once this contract is over." 1-2 year contracts. But you got a 5, 6, 7-year loan. And once you're done paying that car off, you're stuck with it unless you sell it. And then you can't sell it for The value you bought it. Dan Sparks says a man with no bills is a rich man. I would absolutely agree. This is the lifestyle a lot of people should agree to, and this is why living overseas is more important, right? When I was living in Dallas, it cost me around $5,000, if not 5,500, to do everything I was doing every month. Food, my barbershop, my apartment, my car, and miscellaneous bills and expenses. But if you move to Thailand, like Dan is in Thailand, if you move there and you can live for $1,000 a month and you can steadily increase your income, you're rich. Because you're getting money and you ain't spending shit. Meanwhile, in the United States, your cost of living is just going up. And your income is not going up. No bills means when you get your check, okay, this much goes to savings, this much goes to investing, and this goes to things that I want. You have the ability to do what you want because you have no bills. So again, like he said, a rich man is a man with a man with no bills is a rich man. Yes, if you can get your life to where it's either super minimal for bills or you can eliminate those, there you go. So for all the flexing, honestly, let me tell you guys why I'm flexing harder than most of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you why. I have the biggest flex of them all, which is freedom. I work online. Right? So my income is remote. I have a passport that allows me to go to most countries without a visa. I have nothing tying me down to one spot. When Jason and I were in Paraguay, I told Jason one day, I said, hey, let's go to Bolivia on Friday. Both of us bought our tickets, gone. Meanwhile, you got your $50,000 watch and you got everything else. Can't do shit. You can't go nowhere. You can't do nothing. Honestly, if you ask me, I would rather have the freedom to do what the hell I want to do than have all this material stuff. And oh, let me see if I can make it. Let me see. Okay, damn, I want to take a break from work, or you know what? I don't want to live in the United States anymore. I want to go live in Paris. Can't do that. Your life ain't set up like that. That's a way bigger flex. Right? I work when I want to. I work when I want to. I cannot tell you how many chicks were like, so yeah, I want to do this Friday. Are you free? Yeah, I'm always free. That would always be my response. I'm always free. Now, a dating coach will tell you, oh, Austin, you sound like you ain't have no options. No, God damn it. That's not what that means. What that means is I don't have a 9 to 5. So guess what? If she says, oh, yeah, also, I'm about to go to Mombasa for the weekend. I wish you could go with me. What you mean you wish? I can go. You said, what time are y'all flying out Friday? Let me buy my ticket right now. Is way more valuable than the guy that's in one spot and can't go anywhere. Can't do shit. He got a lot of money, but he can't do shit. So what she gonna do is, I'm gonna tell her, let's go to Mombasa for the weekend. Let's stay for 3 or 4 days. Or you know what? I got so much freedom. I can stay until my visa says I can't stay anymore in Kenya. I got 85 days left of my visa. You want to stay in Mombasa for 85 days? I can do that. You want to do that? We could do that. So what she gonna do is she gonna get your money because you can't go nowhere, and she gonna give it to me, and I'm not gonna pay for shit. That's what we gonna do. So if we want to talk like that, who is really flexing? Who is really flexing? Freedom is the ultimate flex. And that's what rich people have. Like Elon Musk is not tied. If Elon Musk wanted to take a break and do something, he could do it. He has enough money to do that. The thing about today's society is you don't have to have Elon Musk money to do that. All you need is remote income and some money. You can't. I mean, you got to have. You can't just have a remote job. You got to have some sort of money. So for some people, freedom is being rich. For some people, is having a remote job. Elon Musk is free. If Elon Musk wanted to just stop, he has so much money in the bank, he could just stop and say, you know what, I'm done working for the rest of my life. That's freedom. Only thing is, that's not that easy to get to. This is not easy to get to either. But yeah, my point. Guarantee yourself freedom. Freedom is the most valuable asset you can have. Ah, look, they're mad because I got him. They're mad because I got him with the point. Now, I don't have Elon Musk freedom because I don't have billions of dollars to my name. So I still have to work. I still have to generate content. I still have to do things to make money. So I can say I would say this, I have location freedom. So I can say I don't want to be I don't like Sao Paulo. I'm going to Manaus. I don't like Manaus. I'm going to Colombia. I don't like this. I can do that. But still got to work. You know, I don't have millions or billions of dollars in the bank where I can just say, oh, no, I'm done with YouTube. Now, when I get that, I have the ultimate freedom. But right now, I have 50% freedom. So, yeah, that's what we would call that. And that's what you guys should look for. I can tell you this. If you're in the United States and you're more worried about spending $50,000 on a watch, you're doing the wrong thing. If you're looking for freedom, a $50,000 watch ain't gonna get you no closer to that shit. Trust me. You're better off investing that $50,000 into something and making a lot of money, or starting some online business with that money that's going to generate you income online so you could do what the hell you want. You don't even have to leave the States. I knew digital nomads that never left. Well, not they never left, but they did their nomadic lifestyle in the United States. I used to cut a guy's hair from LA, and I think he said he was making like 260 grand or something like that a year as a what is this thing that everybody does? A coder. He was a coder. He was one of the laptop guys. He was one of them. He was a laptop guy. Whatever they call you guys, software engineer. That's what he was, a software engineer. And he would get a haircut, and I would follow up with him like, hey, you still in? Because I used to follow up my clients so I could maximize how much money. I would remind people it's time for them to get their haircut. And I was like, oh, you still in Dallas? No, I'm in Phoenix right now. Oh, how long are you going to be there? I don't know. You still in Dallas? I hit him up a couple weeks later. No, I'm in LA now. When are you coming back this way? I don't know. I haven't had a reason to come back. 2 months later, he's back. How long are you going to be here? I don't know. That's what you call freedom. So that's what you guys want to do. I mean, you guys watch my channel. You guys want to travel around the world and try all these different foods and meet all these people and date women in different countries and see what it's like to live in Salvador, and you got to create freedom. Gucci shoes is not going to do that for you. I'm going to say this again. If you guys are living in the United States and you want to go to another country, you want to taste different food, meet new people, make your life better, make your skin clearer, make your life happier, a Gucci belt, a $50,000 watch, and a brand new $1,300 car note will not get you there. It will actually slow down that process. And you watching my channel will just be a dream, because you're fucking your money off on things that won't get you to your true dreams any sooner than what I'm telling you to do. Create freedom for yourself by creating online income. That was a short. I had to record that for a short. Who's paying $1,300 for a car? A lot of people. A lot of people have $1,300 car notes. There's so many people. There's so many people I've met in Kenya and other countries that said that they left a 6-figure job and now they're only making 80 grand a year, but they're way happier because they can do whatever they want now. They can be wherever they want now. If they don't like this city that they're in, they can just jump and go to the next place. Cameroon Card, thank you for the $5 super chat. Yeah, if I was advising people to get a car, I would definitely say buy it cash. I had a guy tell me that years ago. This one guy used to cut his hair. He was already rich and successful, and he told me when I got my first car note, he was like, "You should have talked to me first," which I didn't think to talk to him. I wouldn't have thought to call him. I didn't think about calling anybody. All that was on my mind was I needed a new car. And he said, always buy cars cash. And looking back now, if I would have just saved $3,000, and it probably would have been a piece of shit. But if I would have bought a $3,000 car, well, maybe a little more expensive. Let's say like $5,000. Something that wasn't nice. It didn't look nice, but it was reliable. Because I don't want to buy a cash car and then I'm stuck on the side of the road with fucking oil problems. Right? I don't want to do that. I don't want to be stuck on the side of the road with oil problems. So I would buy something reliable and be done with it. Yes, you're going to spend a lump sum of money at one point, but you'll be done with it. That's what I would say to my younger 21-year-old. Well, I was 20. My 20-year-old self back then is to buy a cash car. Because you guys know I still have a car note I'm paying for in the States, which I'll be done with this year. But still, that's money that I could be smoking. I would rather spend that money smoking cigars. But I had to do that. So therefore, that's why I would tell my younger self that to buy a cash car. What time is this? Almost 10 o'clock. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys were going to buy the cigar ebook. Before I put my time into this, let me. I guess I'm not really out of nothing by doing it. You know, it doesn't hurt. It's not going to take me too long to do it. But if you guys want me to write an ebook about everything I know about cigars, about if that's something that you're interested in trying, remember, I'm never telling you guys to do it. I'm just saying if you're interested in trying, I can write a guide on, humidors, lighters, lighters. Because earlier in the live stream, when I was at the cigar lounge earlier, a few people put it up. They put a 1 in the chat saying that they wanted me to write the guide. I know the majority of my audience is not going to smoke cigars, so they probably wouldn't do it. But you know, he says cigars are great if you find a good one you like. I would agree. The thing is, I found many that I like. I just try new cigars every day. I try I try new cigars so I can, well, because I like them and I want to have experience with it. And I can write an ebook. I can write an ebook because I know what the hell I'm talking about. Because there's not too many cigars you can put in front of my face that I haven't smoked or I haven't seen already. Which is not a flex. I'm just saying. Not a flex saying that I've smoked that many cigars. You know, put a one in the chat. We should continue this live stream on the balcony and I'll smoke on the balcony. Let me see how cold it is outside. Because I got on shorts. I just put on shorts because I'm not leaving the house. Do you puff cigars and smoke them? That's the same thing, but you puff them. Okay, everybody's putting a one. Let me go to the bathroom again real quick, and then we'll. And then I need to put on some not some pounds. Put on some pants. Yeah, you went to that cigar lounge. I was at Medellin. A fucking ripoff. They are a ripoff. Every cigar in there is like $20, $20 to $25 at a minimum. And it's just when we talk about the flexing with financial things too. It's just like there's some guys that I was seeing at cigar lounge, and you know they're in their nice suits and dress shirts, and they got $50, $70, $100 cigars. And I would look at it like I've smoked some of those $50 cigars, and I'm like, the cigar lounge that's down the street from this one that sells cigars at $10 a cigar are better than that $50 cigar. That's why I'm not a price tag guy, especially when it comes to cigars. How do they make me feel? And I got a feeling I'm not gonna like this one though. How do they make me feel? And you know, $10 a bottom shelf cigar. Yeah, okay. Let me tell you something. This cigar, and people that actually smoke cigars, this PDM right here, if I were to rate this on a scale of 1 to 10, I would give it a 7 or a 7.5, maybe. I paid $13. I paid $13 for that cigar, and I would give it a 7.5, right? I've paid $30 for some cigars, and I would give them a 4. I've had some $30 cigars that were like, I wish I didn't even like this cigar. I've had some $6 cigars, and I'm like, holy shit, this is only $6? I'm telling you. He's saying the bottom shelf cigars sometimes the best. Yeah. If you smoke cigars, $10 will be your sweet spot. $10 will be your sweet spot for a cigar. I usually don't go over $25. And I've smoked this one with Dan when I was in Bangkok with him. He said his daily cigar is Zeno by Davidoff. Davidoff has really good cigars. Most places I've seen, the Davidoff cigars are like $40, but they have some that are cheaper. But the one he's talking about, the Xenos, I've smoked. I think I've smoked 3. He gave me 3 of those, and I smoked them. And I smoked some when I went to the States too. And Xenos are really good. And they're only $7. I'm telling you guys don't have to spend $30 on a cigar. You don't. That doesn't mean they're all bad, but I mean, they're just, that price doesn't guarantee. Just like buying a Jaguar. A Jaguar is not a Lamborghini. You know, it's more, if for the average person, it's a more expensive car. But from what I've heard with Jaguars, you'll always be at the shop getting it fixed. You can buy a Honda and you won't be at the shop that often. One second. Let me use the bathroom though. All right, you guys, we will go. Yeah, man, I hate this cool weather. Like, it's cool enough to make you not want to smoke a cigar outside. Like, I might put my jacket over this. Nah, I'm gonna be on for a little longer. Well, at least long enough for me to smoke this cigar. I have a bad feeling about this cigar that it's not gonna have enough flavor to it. That's really, I don't know, man. That's really why I smoke the Maduro cigars. The Maduros have the most flavor to them. I'm gonna tell you what. If this cigar doesn't have enough flavor, I'm literally gonna put it out and throw it away. No, I'm saying I would throw it away because it doesn't smell. I mean, it did. The last one I had from this brand put like I like this brand, but the last one I had put a bad taste in my mouth. Like it was just uh it was very bland. I can't stand it when they don't make them right. Sheesh, boys, that it's not even cold. It's just the breeze that's been going, man. No, yeah, it's definitely chilly outside. Somebody said, "Nice view, thanks." It's the view is decent compared to other ones I've had in Brazil, like in Bahia. I had a view of the beach, but for $500 a month, this is $1,000 a month. Also, I'm gonna teach you guys some cigar lighting tips. So they have the toast is what they would call it. Is the toast where you basically you blacken with it. This is what they call the foot of the cigar, and you oh you couldn't even see that. Let me show you again what I was doing. I was doing this, and you blacken it. I don't know how. I don't really think it matters how long. So there's two ways to light it. You can either burn it all day till it gets so hot that you can just puff it, and you do that to avoid the gas from affecting the flavor. But these torches don't do it as much as those big lighters. So you do it till it's glowing, like it's like a glowing red ring. Mm. Like that. You do it like that. So it's so it has like a it burns even because that affects the flavor too. But I'm gonna taste this one again. I really based on what I just tasted, I don't think I'm gonna like it. You know what it tastes like? It's crawfish, which I don't know why. I tell you what though, I don't like cigars that are big like this. Like, yeah, it makes you look like the fucking boss man and shit. But look at how hard I have to pull the cigar. When it's smaller, you can just when it's like this, you have to you can't really enjoy it as much like that. You know what? That one has a actually it has like a leather taste to it. Hold on, let me get my charger to my microphone. Shit. Well, it's not even my microphone. It's the receiver. Is low on battery. Receiver runs out of battery fast. Yeah, it has a leather taste to it. I'm gonna show you guys on the screen the different types of flavors of cigar. See, we're so educational today. You know why? It's because I'm not drinking alcohol. When I have a hangover, I don't give a fuck about none of this shit. It's not actually. It's not even that I don't even give a damn. I can't think enough to give a damn. So I'm gonna share on the screen right now for you guys the different. So here on the screen for expert smokers, you guys can taste this. So you have this logo right here in the middle. Then you have where it says wood, sweet notes, nutty notes, coffee, herb and spices, natural notes. I can taste that. But then for each individual note, they have espresso, almonds, and they break down dark chocolate, milk chocolate, maple, wood and vegetal, oak, tea. I couldn't tell you the individual ones, but I will tell you there's a cigar I smoked. Damn, I forgot the name of it, but it has a woman on it, like a ancient colonial something. And immediately when I smoke it, I can taste that it tastes like it has an earthy note. So here in natural notes it says earth, but then there's another one over here that says grass and a green. The grass is the one I tasted the most. So it was a cigar that tasted like grass, essentially. Um, yeah. So I don't know how to distinguish which one. Best cigars taste like bacon spices. This one has a little bit of that to it. So if I'm looking at this wheel right here, and I hit this again, I don't know, but whatever notes is in it, I can't really taste it. The initial pull, exhale will give you the taste. You're right about. I never thought about that. You can definitely taste it quick like that. If that's what you were talking about doing, you could taste it instantly. But I wasn't thinking of it. Let me try it again. This one is it's in between the sweet notes and the wood. It's one of those two. it's a strong cigar. I'll tell you that. It's definitely like a oak. It's like a oak flavor. You know what? When I smoke, I need to look at this little wheel right here till I get familiar with all of these. Fresh boy, you've had this stick before, the Maximus Don blend. There's a huge difference between cigarettes and cigars, right? You notice how I puff on this one and I don't inhale. Gurkha cigars are the best. If you ask me, those are some of the best cigars. Those are some of the best cigars. I love them. This is straight tobacco. I always the best analogy you can use is like weed. With weed, you literally just roll it up, or you smoke it out of a pipe, or however you joint paper, whatever. Cigars, the entire cigar is tobacco. The outside leaf wrapper is a tobacco leaf. The inside is filler tobacco leaves, and you just wrap it. Um, this was really hard to tell, but it for sure has oak. But there's a second one in there too that I can't put my finger on what it is. I hope you guys are enjoying the microphone. You should do a cigar channel. Uh, People have always told me like I have a fitness channel, but like man, it's so much extra work for me to try to manage this channel and another one. That's why I do everything on this one. Because this channel is more so about my life anyway. So it's like I can make like an Austin Holloman cigars, but I wouldn't be able to do daily content. It'd be like a once a week. It has a nutty flavor too, is the second one. I might skip the gym tomorrow, man. I'm hungry constantly now. When I work out so many days in a row, I stay hungry. So as you can see, for the most part, the cigar is burning in an even circle. I mean, on this side, it's a little higher. It's not too bad, but I like for my shit to be perfect, so I'll still just slightly burn it like that, so it heats up to continue burning this side. Um, I don't know what gauge this is. I still that's one thing I still got to learn about cigars and how to identify the gauges. I just know it's too big for me. Fresh boy, when you said turn the cigar as you smoke it, that's true. I was watching a video on YouTube that a guy was talking about it, rotating the cigar as you smoke it so it burns even. I think that has something to do with heat rising, and I guess it rises to a different part, you know. Anyway, for people that don't smoke, when you ash it, it should look like that, like one big glob of it. It's not like a cigars are not something. Another thing, never put out like if you got to get up and go somewhere, don't do the cigar like this. Austin might slap you if I'm in the room. Don't ever. It's not a cigarette. You don't tap them out. I remember the first time I handed a guy a cigar and he went like that. Number one, it makes you look like a beginner because you are, but I'm just telling you. Number two, it can you can actually ruin the cigar doing that, or you can mess up the way how it burns because they're rolled and they have to burn the way how they were rolled. So when you do that, it like mashes out. So yeah, I am good. So when I was in Nicaragua, I was gonna go to a cigar factory and get a tour, but I have a guy in Mozambique. I know the owner of a one of my favorite cigar. I think it's my number one cigar brand in the world. Uh, they make them in Mozambique. It's called Bongani. He, I know him personally. We've talked on the phone many times. So, well, not many times, maybe three times. So, I'm pretty sure if I'm like, hey, I'm in town, like, can I get a tour and we can do a review? No businessman is gonna say no to that. The Airbnb is in a good location, but seems quiet. It's just quiet today. Usually, I mean, it's not really nothing over here. If we were staying on the other side, yeah. Yeah, it definitely has a leather taste to it too. I think I might get a Coke. I have a Coke in the refrigerator that I might drink this with. I smoke hookah, but hookah makes me feel kind of nervous. Like when I smoke hookahs, like I start to feel like tense. So again, when people say like, "Oh, cigars mess up your lungs," listen, it's not going past my mouth, and I'm sitting outside, so I'm not actually inhaling none of that. Maybe there's like a slight inhaled, maybe, but when you raise your tongue up, the back of your tongue goes to the back of your throat, so it stops it from going in. The flavor is so one thing about the cigars is the shorter they get, the more powerful they get, the stronger they hit. as flavor wise, right? The notes are stronger, and it's. I think by the time I get right here, I'll be able to taste it. No, I'm not inhaling it, Miss Honey. I'm actually not. Lip, tongue, mouth, and throat. I'm in the gym usually about an hour to 1 to 2 hours, 2 hours max. I'm never in the gym longer than 2 hours. If I'm in the gym longer than 2 hours, I'm bullshit. But I can get a good workout in an hour. Like if we're talking about the only the part excluding the cardio and the stretching, I'm up to 15 minutes of cardio now. So 15 minutes and 15 minutes of cardio and probably 15 minutes in total of stretching. So that's 30 minutes by itself. But the actual workout where I'm lifting weights, yeah, that part is usually never longer than an hour. So about an hour to an hour and a half. Leg days, I could do it all in 1 hour. Like I can do the cardio and the weights because the legs I do more compound exercises. So I do less stuff. I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 exercises. Versus when I do chest, I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 exercises on chest, and I'll do biceps too. I do 2 of those, so it's 8 exercises. Is it true that if you work out 7 days a week, you won't see gains? Yes, I believe so. I get the most, I grow the most, and I be impressed at myself when I look in the mirror if I work out every other day. If I work every day, it seems like my body doesn't progress as fast because it's not getting as much rest time. So if I work out Monday, rest Tuesday, no gym. Wednesday, go to work gym, rest Thursday. Yeah. I focus more on bodybuilding and functionality. Right now, I'm focusing on functionality. So, like one exercise I've been doing recently uh, is at the end of the workout, I hang from the bar. I do the active hang and I do the passive hang, I believe it's called. The passive hang is literally hanging at your fingertips. And what that does is you can feel your entire back and arms and abdomen stretch. So if you hold it for 30 or 45 seconds, when you get off of the bar, your body will feel more limber and relaxed. If you do the active, which is good, I think the active is good before you do it before pull-ups. You hold yourself up and you raise your head above your shoulders. So it makes your scapula and your upper back get a workout in. It makes you stronger at pull-ups too. Yeah, I think the hookahs are good. They're relaxing, but like it's almost like I get anxiety. Like I can't even stand up. Like I'm looking around the room like, oh, who's watching me? Like, am I gonna walk right when I go to the bathroom? I don't really like smoking hookah. I like it, but I don't like the way it makes me feel afterwards. With this, I can smoke and be normal. These don't affect you as much. The most these will do is make you get quiet. for me. I know what you're talking about with DMT. No, I don't trust shit like that. Too powerful. I got shit to do on a daily basis. Somebody also told me when the cigar builds up ash like that, it acts as a radiator. Greetings from the Pacific Islands. Greetings to you as well from South America. I haven't been to the Pacific Islands yet. I've never been anywhere in the Pacific Ocean. The closest I got to that was the Philippines. And I believe that's still considered the South China Sea. What's another topic you guys want to talk about? We could even do a reaction to something really quick. Okay, I guess I have been since I've been to Peru. I've been at the Lima is a beach city, so I have been to Pacific. I've touched the Pacific Ocean. Let's say that. Philippines and Peru. But like I said, Philippines more South China Sea. Vanuatu, yeah, I haven't been there. I know about Vanuatu. Sheesh. You see, the cigar made me stop talking. Like I'm real quiet now. I was just going the hell off. I still like the Maduros better. This one, I would so far I would rate this one a 5, 6, 5 or 6. Let's say 5.5. Now it's making me yawn. Do I think Sao Paulo is a good place for networking? I would say absolutely. There's a lot of Americans here that have money. There's a lot of Brazilians here that have money. There's a lot of other foreigners here that have money. Honestly, I think the best networking tip that I've noticed around the world is to actually network with those Lebanese and UAE and Arab people in these other countries. Like, for example, when I was in Paraguay and Ciudad de Este, the border town with Brazil, there was a Brazilian chick telling me that there's a lot of uh, Emerlites. Is they called Emerlites? Emerlites there. Yeah, that's right. Ozzy likes the balcony cigar shows. That's right. The thing is, we're not in Paraguay no more, so there's not a lot of dogs barking the whole time. Boy, that shit used to be annoying. I loved Paraguay was really Asuncion, Paraguay was very family oriented. When I was there, I felt like I was really at home because it was very family oriented. Like it just felt like you were at home. Emiratis, yeah, the Emiratis, yeah. I'll be in Sao Paulo next week. You can hit me up. In Sao Paulo, a lot of those people are in this area I'm at now. If I pull up a map, I can show you. It'll be in my travel guide too, but I'm gonna show you where I was at. So there's this website called Hood Maps, and I've actually seen this before, but I'm just now seeing it again. So here, you guys have it's too much shit on this map. You can't even read the words. So where I'm staying is where they call Pineros, which is I believe right here. No, I'm over here. Pineros right here. Yeah, I'm staying right here, and this area you see it says big mansions. This right here, all this area, Pineros. I would say stay in Pineros. After traveling all around the city, this area is a good area. And over here to the east, where it says financial district with banks, all this whole south, I guess it's the southwestern part of town. There's even one spot, I believe, this neighborhood right here, where it's like it looks like a Beverly Hills right here. Over this way, you don't want to stay. Like I said, favelas, nothing here to see. All this shit over here is it even says run right here. All this shit over here is hood. But over here is good. Over here near the airport is hood too. Well, I can't find it, but the Guaros, whatever this is, Guaros, that's the airport near the neighborhood in this hood. Yeah, that website is called Hood Maps. We should look up another. What other city you guys want me to look up on there? We could look at another city. Dallas. Istanbul. Let's look that up. Wow. Oh, Istanbul. I keep saying Instan. Istan. So this is the tourist area. It says gays with dogs, girls with tattoos, drug dealers, rich gays. Hair transplant. Quiet yet central as fuck. Sesame Street hipster. Best place for public sex. Really? In Turkey. Fashionable. This is a pretty big city. Rich, rich gays and girls with tattoos live next to drug dealers. That sounds about right. They buy an ecstasy. For Buenos Aires, you definitely want to stay uh, over here where I stayed in Palermo, and even right here too. Yeah, but I stayed somewhere over here in this area, like right here, and you could literally walk this whole area, and it was just endless amounts of things to do. Endless. Let me see if I can vouch for this. Let me go to a city that I know very well, which is Salvador. They are right about this. Go here if you want to be mugged. Yes, that's very, very true. Rio Vermelho is right here. This is where I stayed at. It says where all the hipsters party. They are spot the fuck on with that. Like the people you see over there do look like hipsters at times. Great sunset in the city, correct. It is the rich area. This is this commercial area. Dangerous as hell over there. And a lot of this is too far back for a tourist to know. Like you wouldn't be back here anyway. You wouldn't be back in this gray area. I think that's why they don't have it highlighted. What's going on, Suave Prince? Let's look at Dallas. They put East California. That's true. World famous. This is Deep Ellum down here, I believe. Yeah, Deep Ellum. Gentrification here, correct. Fuckboy Central. What is this? Uptown? I would agree that is Fuckboy Central. The people here have butlers, correct. In Oakland, correct, yeah. Where the gays come to play in Oakland, correct. Gayborhood, that's actually what it's called, is Gayborhood. Adorable old gay couples. Where car crashes happen a lot. Correct. God damn. They're spot on with that. Conservative white evangelical money. Correct. Correct. University Park. Rich old people. Dallas Best Shopping, which is North Park. I used to stay over here, 75 and Forest Lane. Rich pasty white boys. Very true. I used to go to the grocery store right here, Preston and Forest Lane. It's a Tom Thumb right here. All you see is rich middle aged white people there. Fake businessmen in high school. That's right there where Galleria Mall is at. Very true. upscale chain restaurants. That's over here in Addison. My mom used to live over here. European style living. I could agree with that. I could definitely agree with that for that area. Foodie haven, very true. Wealthy and chill, very true. Hoville. This is would I say that's true? That's this is George Bush Turnpike. Maybe that is true. Oak Cliff, everything's for sale. Black professors. This is DeSoto. That's true. Board everywhere. That's true. In Cedar Hill. Crackhead trailer park. That's true. Creepy forest where teenagers do drugs. I know about that. They're accurate as fuck with this Dallas one. I mean, very accurate. Worst cops in Texas and Irvin. I could agree with that. I think Arlington has the worst cops though. They're right about this. New Delhi. There's a lot of Indians in this area. White kids who act black. That is true. Right here by Lake Hubbard. That is very, very true. Forever fried chicken smell. That's very true. Right here, gunshots at night. Very fucking true. Let's pretend we're wealthy people. Let's look at Plano. That'll be interesting. I guess they don't have. I guess we got to look at Plano like this. But Plano is way up here. Well, this is Frisco, but Plano is this area. Rich people, families, Hoville. Hipster girls who do cocaine. What used to be the hood. That's true about Eastern Austin right here. Buy it cheaper online. Girl headquarters. Openly gay Catholics. It's not really showing nothing on here besides tourism and backpackers. Good cheap coffee. They're very accurate on that. Weekend market, accurate on that. You know, I've never really been to this side of Bangkok. 2 hour wait on arrival. They right about that. That line at the airport could be very long. Sex tourist. What's going on, Marty McFly? Brazil is fine if you stay sober. If you want to stay sober, I say you stay in Sao Paulo. Rio and Salvador, they drink way too much. You'll be out of place. Say goodbye to your iPhone. Hobos. If you don't value your life, come here. It's a lot of don't come here parts. Grand Theft Auto City. Grand Theft Auto Mexico City. This is Nairobi. This is Karen, richer than God. Karen is super expensive. This is true. Mix of Asians and Kenyans, correct. They ain't got enough on Nairobi. When I got held up at gunpoint, it was right here. In the rich people club. Bye, Dr. Juka. Enjoy your drink. Correct. The New Rich, correct, is over here in this area. Best sunset in the world, correct. I've ate at a restaurant down here at the end. Get robbed here at night, absolutely correct. Cute grandmas and grandpas. If I had a farm in Africa, it's as real as it gets. Yeah, I saw that. This is a hood hood maps. I would make a video about how I got held up at gunpoint, but I don't want to be ran up out of Brazil. They're too sensitive. Uh, where's Madrueta? Madrueta is way up here somewhere. Don't go here. Oh, this is Madrueta. You see, it says don't go here at all, even with a local. Very true. Madrueta is the black neighborhood of Rio. It's all black people back here. When I went, this is when I tell you guys, they have a place called Casa Black Rio in Madrueta. Whenever I was leaving that party at like 5 a.m., there was a dude directing traffic with a fucking machine gun with a mask on. I'm gonna show you guys a favela I went to on accident. I believe it was somewhere. It was a Juca Jicashia. This right here. This shit, the favela over here is dangerous as fuck. In this neighborhood, this city right here, Juca Jicasias, or it's a city or neighborhood, I don't know. But I went in there because my homeboy put the fucking Uber address in there. Bro, that I have never seen poverty like that until I went back there. At that time, I've seen worse poverty now, but at that time, that was the worst poverty I'd ever seen. Yeah, Casa Black Rio is nice, but that neighborhood is dangerous as fuck. It's a nice place to go kick it at. I went 3 times. The third time I went, it was a bunch of big Shirleys in there that night. But it's definitely dangerous outside of that club. It's like 3 or 4, and they got some beautiful black chicks in that neighborhood back there. Beautiful. I remember one time I walked outside of Casa Black Rio, and there was this chick, this light skinned, curly hair black chick with this all white dress on red lipstick. And I was standing next to her, and I walked up to her, and I walked up to her, and when I was standing next to her, she had a bunch of gay dudes with her, right? And they were all looking like, ooh, ooh, look at him, ooh, look at him. And so I was talking to her for a second, for like maybe 30 or 40 seconds, and she's like, kiss me, and she kissed me, and we kept in contact. But then I was on the news and all that. before before I could get back to. And she would text me all the time, like, "Where are you at? Where are you at? I want to see you again." For months, she was saying that. She said, "Oh, when you go to Salvador, you're gonna forget about me." Like even Brazilian chicks know how many beautiful chicks are in Salvador. She was like, "Yeah, you're gonna forget about me when you go there," and I did. Her name was something with an N. I forgot her name. Weed and communists. People literally do voodoo here. Somalia. I didn't know they had that. I went to Pena. I went to Pena. I was still in Bella Vista. What is it? It's Bella Vista or somewhere over there I was staying in. It's somewhere over here, I think. Boa Vista. That's what it is. Boa Vista. When I went to Salvador, the girl Rio said I would forget about her when I was going there. All the women in Casablanca Rio are black women that are like under 27. Yeah, you're right about the machismo culture in South America. Depending on where you at, there are some dudes that do look for. I mean, I've never ran into it, but I've gotten that vibe from some dudes, like they're looking for trouble sometimes. You guys, I'm down to this part, which is still a lot of the cigar. I'm still gonna rate it a 5. You know, it's not that good. Well, you guys, what else do you guys want to talk about? Otherwise, I'm getting kind of bored now. We didn't already talk. We didn't look at the hood maps. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to go pop popcorn. Hold on. I won't leave you guys just yet. Let's talk about history. Put a one in the chat if I should school y'all on some history real quick. I love to school y'all on history. The robbed at gunpoint video. I could put that on Patreon. Yeah, I talked about it publicly, but I could do it. So, what history debate you guys want to talk about? So I could hold on. Let me use the bathroom. The Vietnam War. Yeah, you're right about Rio. They say it's safe, but I'm telling you, Rio is actually dangerous. And the danger is unpredictable. It's unpredictable in Rio. Like it's never, you're never gonna actually feel like shit can't happen to you. Like Salvador, you feel like that too. Like there may be a chance at some point something can happen to you, but you're also feeling like, if I stay on this side of town, I'll be fine. Man, you can get your ass robbed in the most well-known tourist zone of Copacabana. You could be in Copacabana and get robbed, and that's like as touristy as it gets. Like that place is pretty much designed for us to go there. Yeah, they'll rob you at gunpoint. I know some people that went to Rio and they had their phone on the beach and they had some dudes with some knives and some guns run up on them. You can one thing about Brazil, it can go from feeling real like, oh, this is good. Next thing you know, it's over with. It can transform fast. Just like when Fred did that video where he said he was sitting there chilling on the beach and a dude walked up and shot somebody on the beach and walked off. Shot two people. And the beach, that was the same beach that you guys see me hang out at when I was in Salvador every day. And there used to be several times when the police would come down there, like the military police would come through and just shake down a bunch of people. That beach was definitely dangerous. There was even one. Fred said he saw on the news. If you go further north, it's almost in a lot of Freitas. There was some people from Argentina visiting this guy and his kids and his wife. They were on the beach, and a guy ran up to rob him for his phone, but he didn't ask. He didn't ask for the phone. He just ran up on him and just started stabbing him. And he stabbed him so many times. They said the beach was just filled with blood. He stabbed him in front of his family. Yeah, Rio is a beat down city. Yeah, I mean, Brazil's a great place to go to. It's just, man, depending on what city you in, man, shit can be very dangerous like that. It can be very dangerous. Like I would walk around Salvador at nighttime. Rio, don't walk around Rio by yourself like at 1 o'clock in the morning when nobody, because there's a time in Rio where you'll see nobody outside, and it's for a fucking reason. I remember I walked around Rio by myself one time, and there was this restaurant that was closed, and there was guys like they looked like this. They had on black hoodies, and this one guy had this long. I don't know if it was a fucking sword. It was some long thing. It looked like he would use for a weapon, and he was sitting in the chair like with his legs folded up, like a genie or some shit. And I already asked Fred about an interview. He said it'd be a couple days, but he had his legs folded up like a genie, and he had on a black hoodie like. So he imagine you can't see his face. His hoodie's like this, and he has this long rod sitting in a chair at a closed restaurant at 1 o'clock in the morning. I saw that and I instantly was like, Jesus Christ, please let this motherfucker just stay right there. Because I didn't know, it looked like no good at all. $20 super chat from C. Lastinger. Looking for advice. I'm a digital nomad, Latin, mixed 6'1" in shape, but 40 and looking to find a wife type to settle down between Poland, Colombia, Romania, Philippines. Thoughts? If you go to Colombia, I'm gonna say go to Cali or go to some other city besides Cartagena and Medellin. I'm not saying you can't find those women in those places, but there's so much pay for play. You're gonna have to learn. You're gonna have a learning curve of how to avoid that. You're gonna have a learning curve of how to not get drugged. You're gonna have a learning curve of a lot of bullshit and like women that are just trying to be a sugar baby. But I'm not saying you can't find it, but you're gonna run into that. Poland seemed like you could find a girl there, but they just seem more liberal. Romania seemed more conservative, so I think you're better off finding a wife in Romania versus Poland. I went to Warsaw and Krakow in Poland. Romania was more laid back. Cali, Colombia is a good place for that. And if Wesley's still in the chat, he could tell you. Cali, Colombia was a good time. The Philippines is the number one spot, it seems like, for people to find wives. It just depends if you're really into Asian women, you know? Those are the prettier looking Asian women. So I would say try Cali, Colombia. Instead of Poland, try Romania. And if that doesn't work, go to the Philippines. I think you'll run into the least amount of bullshit in the Philippines. Yeah, that's what I would say. Thank you for the super chat. I never went to Cabo Frio when I was in Rio, though. Or Bizios. I didn't go there either. But like Arthur Will said, so Arthur Will said the Vietnamese are the best looking. I will agree with him. Those are my favorite out of the 4 Asian countries I went to. And they're super conservative. Like I said earlier, I went on a date with one. I couldn't even get a kiss. She was into me. She was definitely into me, but she wouldn't kiss me. The chicks are very, very reserved. They're like, you're not, in my opinion, you're not about to go to Ho Chi Minh City and do a bunch of fucking, not on Vietnamese women. The other tourists that are there, yeah, but the Vietnamese chicks, no. Like if you want to go over there and meet an Australian chick or an Australian and Filipino chick like I met, yeah. But you definitely need to go to Vietnam and stay there. It's definitely a place to find a wife. I would say that over the Philippines. But the Philippines is going to be more convenient. Like if you want electronics, Vietnam is not the place for that. I bought my iPhone in Vietnam, but I wanted like this camera that I'm doing right now, which is a $300 camera that's easy to find. Couldn't find that there. Buzios, that's what's called Buzios. Now I was in the North Zone in Rio. I had a chick. She had her own apartment in the North Zone. Black chick. She was cool as fuck too. I really liked her. Why did we fall off? Oh, she seen me with this other chick, and she wasn't having it. But the neighborhood she stayed in, bro, that shit is dangerous, bro. Now that I've been all around the world, at first I was like, oh, it's dangerous, but it's not that dangerous. Rio is fucking dangerous. I'm telling you. Can shit. Can you live there without anything happening to you? Yes. Is it more likely that at some point something will happen to you? Yes. You know, I remember when I went to her house and on the way there, I got searched for drugs. They took everything out of my wallet and he asked me if I had drugs or guns. And no, we went there. I was used to that by then. We went there on the way back. On the way back, I fucked her, went back to my side of town in the South Zone in Copacabana. They had a military police checkpoint, right? In Rio, they have these checkpoints going in and outside of the North Zone. If you go outside of those tourist zones, so if you go to Baja da Tijuca, there'll be a checkpoint. If you go to the North Zone, there'll be a checkpoint. If you go to Madrueta, I believe there's a checkpoint on the way to Madrueta too. There was one coming from the North Zone back to the South, and there was these motherfuckers looked like they were in Iraq, right? And these were police. When I went through the checkpoint, the Uber driver let all the windows down, and it's dudes. They have a truck, and they have a dude sitting on. It's like 2 in the morning too. They have a dude sitting on the back of the truck with the machine gun, like with his M16, like this. And they have all these soldiers, like maybe 10 of them, and they had fucking helmets on where you couldn't see their face. Like they looked like they were in a fucking active war zone. So when you see that kind of stuff, you know it's dangerous. Like they don't have all that shit for nothing at 2 a.m. I'll check it out, Malcolm. Like for example, here in Sao Paulo, they have military police here too, but you don't see them walking around the tourist zone. Like if you're on the beach in Rio, you I remember one time I seen a group of like 25 military police officers. This is like October, November. This is like November, first week in November 2022. And there was like 20 or 30 police officers, and they all have fucking M16s on the beach to protect the tourists at the beach. That's how dangerous Rio. It can get dangerous. Island hopping in Salvador would be dope. I know some chicks I could take too. I know so many chicks in Salvador. I think the statistic is a black person is deleted every 30 minutes in Rio. I've heard that. I think it's Brazil every 30 minutes. I don't know about Rio. Yeah, the bad chicks in Miami, yeah, no. If you in Miami and you want like a 8 or above, I already know. I already know that shit's gonna cost. I like Orlando better than Miami. I do too. Orlando had more of an authentic vibe to it. It felt more authentic in Orlando. I know about Moji Sao. I haven't been to Jamaica yet, no. Yeah, man, the more and more I travel, man, once I had got to Uruguay, Paraguay, Chile, those three countries, I started to really value safety when it came to traveling. Like Uruguay was so safe, I wasn't worried about shit. Like if it didn't have a winter time there, I mean everywhere is a winter time. But if the winter time didn't get so cold there, and in Chile and in Paraguay, I could literally stay in those places and never leave. So when I go to places like Paraguay, you're not gonna have to worry about it. Like this, they have crime in Assumption, pretty much no, but they have crime in Paraguay. But you're not gonna have to. I'm letting you know right now. You're not. I was there for since December to May. Like you're not gonna have to. And let's say take 2-3 months out of there. 6 months. I was there for probably a total of 3 months. Was in Paraguay for 3 months. Never came, never even, I mean, I never even thought about a motorcyclist snatching my phone. Uruguay is like that too. Chile, it's safe, but Santiago is safe, but like there's still parts where it's like maybe not. But it's not like Rio. It's not like Medellin. Paraguay, Uruguay was so safe. I felt like I could walk anywhere in the city, any time of the day by myself with a gold watch on, no problems. Except downtown Paraguay. And it wasn't like I'm gonna get robbed. It was just a lot of junkies. Way too strict. Senegal is safe too. Where I was staying at didn't feel that safe. But Senegal, you're not really gonna have to worry about nothing either. It's hot as fuck there too. You're not gonna have to worry about nothing though. Paraguay is hot. I'm telling you guys, Paraguay is safe. Like that's not danger was never on my mind, ever, not one time. The two safest countries I've been to in Latin America was Uruguay and Paraguay. Argentina, Buenos Aires was safe. Most parts of that city, I felt I could be at 2 o'clock in the morning by myself with jewelry on, no problem. But they have like a favela there too. But that favela is on the other side. Like you have to, in order for you to enter that favela, you have to go to that favela. Like there's no stumbling across it. Like you knew you were going there. There's no way you can accidentally go there. Chile is one of the few countries in Latin America you can drive in a car and not get stopped by a cartel. Like Chile is safe too. And by that I mean like, because I met some other tourists, they were like, "Oh, there's another city of Villa del Mar, that Viña del Mar that you can go to. It's like an hour or an hour and a half by car." I was asking, like, was it safe yet? No, it's just like a regular freeway, just like anywhere else. Everybody was telling me that. Brazil, maybe a tourist bus. Like I came here on a bus because I couldn't buy the plane ticket for some reason. Yes, you can do that here, depending on where you're at. Like I've heard of buses in Rio where somebody stops the whole bus with a gun and they rob everybody on the bus. Like shit like that. Uruguay, you're not gonna have to worry about that. Paraguay either. Chile either. Super chat, what question? Art of Will, thanks for the help. I appreciate it. Shango, are you male or female? I keep asking you that, but I keep forgetting. Y'all see, I've been smoking a cigar for over an hour now. That's how long does it take you to smoke a cigar? At least like the size I have. Santiago has a decent skyline. Buenos Aires has a decent skyline. Sao Paulo has a decent skyline for sure. It's a shit ton. It looks like New York. It's a shit ton of buildings. Um, Rio has one. Salvador has one. Recife has a decent. Recife is a nice city. It's dangerous too. Che Guevara, thank you for the $5 super chat. Um, Lima had a decent skyline. Bolivia, not really. Bolivia was like an upgrade from Paraguay. I liked the Chilean food in Santiago. I liked it. It wasn't as packed with flavor like Uruguay or Buenos Aires, but it was good. Huge portions of food too. Yeah, Mama Papa, you're right about the socialists in Argentina. I still feel like Brazil is the best place. It's still my number one. It's just Sao Paulo is not my number one. The Brazilian women just got a certain femininity about them. Like they make you love the country. Like I love the language, I love the food, the music everywhere, the culture, the people, but the women just make it like holy shit. This is like one of the best places on earth. I haven't been to a concert. I don't like concerts. I went to one in Salvador actually, yeah. Yeah, my microphone died. Thank you, Will. Yeah, the Brazilian women are very approachable, but they're it's something about them, man. Like they just do it for me. Marv B sent $10 for thank you. I mean for supporting tonight's stream. Thank you very much. Man, it looked like I'm getting bigger. Growing up. How are things with Monica from Go Cake Kicks Butt? Kick Goku from Goku. I haven't heard from her. We were talking about that earlier. I think she was just I don't know. I tried Austin's workout plan. It's legit. I'm burnt the fuck out. Yeah. There's a reason why you can see the shape of my arm through this jacket. Like my body's been growing from following that workout plan. If you guys want the workout plan, go to the. Let me put it in the chat. Hold on. If you guys want to know my diet, supplements, workout routine, rest routine, everything that I do, I just linked it down there in the chat right there. Cigar been smoking for a while, man. It's in the description too. Yeah, every country has a trade-off, man. Like you can date in Paraguay, but it's boring and it's hot and then it's cold. Um, like you can see the entire city in 2 days. You know, it gets better in Ciudad del Este, but that shit's poor, like very poor. Um, Brazil's great, but it's crime, corruption, feminism. Kenya's great, um, but there's corruption. You know, you might run into some women that want you to, you might have to, you're gonna have to come up out some cash. It's not boring though in Nairobi. You won't run out of stuff to do. Chile is great. It's expensive. It gets cold as fuck. It snows. You know, um, I don't think it's as corrupt though. Argentina is great. Not much of a variety of women though, but it's cheap. But if you're black, you might not feel as. It's gonna take you a while to adjust to Argentina. I mean, I got comfortable pretty quick there, but it's gonna take you a while to adjust. Uruguay is great. It's expensive as hell. Lima is great. Crime. Uh, Not in the areas you'll be in. You know, the chicks aren't as there aren't as many attractive chicks, but if you want to hook up, it's a great place for that. Like you can hook up pretty easy in Lima. Bolivia is great. Not much to do. Chicks aren't as beautiful. Colombia is great. Dangerous as fuck. Kidnappings, murders, fucking robberies, druggings. Yeah, Monica was good. She was definitely interested. It's just yeah, because here's the thing that women don't understand about me. If you become a character on my show and I'm getting donations, I'm gonna want to keep the donations and the views coming in because I'm making money off that. So I'm gonna break you off too. Hey, I need you for the rest of the week. Pay you this much every day to be in a vlog. I'm gonna pay you because I want to keep getting paid. So I don't know what's up. These women really. This is why men have always ran the world because women don't really make the best decisions. The best country for milfs, Brazil. Lima. I think that's it for what I've seen. Chile, yes, Chile is a great place for milfs. If you dress like me and you carry yourself like me, those older chicks will dig you out there, big time. Um, Asia is great, but downside you might not be in the Asian women. They're not known for, those nice bodies. If you want to open a business there, most of those Asian countries you can't own shit. Not all of them, but most of them you can't own a ship. And one thing that people don't talk about is if you get into some shit in any of these countries, bro, you have zero leverage. Like you're better off trying to bribe than thinking you're going to get a fair trial. The best place to raise a family I've been to, I would say Nairobi. I would say Uruguay. I would say Romania. The only thing with Romania is white. So, I mean, there may be some issues with that. Poland too. Yeah, it looks like a great place to raise a family, but it's white. You know, if I'm black, you know, so um, I would never raise a family in Colombia. Brazil, depending on where you at. A lot of people in Argentina make money illegally too. Like somebody was telling me, like a lot of the development that's going on in Paraguay is like laundering from Argentina and Brazil. You could raise a family in Paraguay just fine. That's the next interview I want to do is find a single mother. I have one here. I'm just waiting for her to have a free time so I can interview her about what it's like raising a child here. Be useful information for the audience. I could raise a family in Uganda. I could do it in Rwanda. It's just Rwanda is boring as fuck. Um, I could raise a family in Asia. It's just black in Asia, you know. Asian women don't have nice bodies. I mean, you got to think about how I'm looking at it. Like the bodies I like are out here in South America and Africa. Asian women aren't even coming close to them when it comes to their body. What you say was a smart decision? I find the face to be more valuable than the body. A body can be built. She ain't got no titties, we could put them on there. She ain't got no ass, I can give her the fitness guide. Yeah, Filipino women seem to be they look better in the States than they do in the Philippines. Honestly, I think most Asian women up their looks big time. Like physic, like man, I didn't see some Asian chicks on the West Coast. I haven't been, but I'm talking about online on the West Coast that are like shit. Like what the fuck? Like that's a fine ass Asian chick. You know, even in Texas, I've seen some bad Asian chicks, but when you're in Asia, you don't see them like that. I'll be live until the cigar is done. I'm almost done. Probably like another 20 minutes. Yeah, Argentina does have some serious racism. You won't experience it while you're there, or at least you won't notice it. But systematically, yeah, like they've cleaned up. I hope you guys enjoyed this microphone in the live because it seems like everybody's hearing exactly what I'm saying just fine. Yeah, Argentina has been very liberal, but I guess that past they had just cleared out. Like I said, they're not racist when you get there, but that history is untouched. Like that stuff, the shit that they did. I enjoyed it though. Beautiful city of Buenos Aires. Nice people. Nice white women. Fitness culture. But there's an energy there. Something feels off the entire time while you're there. Like you feel comfortable, but you're like, something is something. Who remembers when I went off on this video? I went off like I was mad. But it's Austin Holloman, by the way, if you guys don't know already. I'm here in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and I got some things I want to talk about. There's a lot of people that leave comments, that are leaving comments in the last video that I had talking about, you're only having that experience there because you're light skinned. I'm not fucking light skinned. Let's start there. First of all, this is my third white country in a row, right? If you know that there is forms of racism, and you know that being black may be a disadvantage in a place like this, you need to carry yourself properly. Your attire needs to be proper. That does not mean you need to be wearing suits, but even the way I'm dressed, I have on a button up and some shorts and some half-ass white shoes, but it still looks presentable to the average person. Now, if you come to these countries and you do not wash your clothes, you do not cut your hair, you do not brush your teeth, you do not brush your hair, you do not wear presentable clothes or have an appearance that most people will find attractive or presentable. You will get the same low effort results that your ass put when you stepped out the house this morning. You put low effort into your appearance, people don't know you, and people judge people whether if you like it or not. People judge people when they first see people. We're humans, we have two eyeballs. People do not judge people by no fucking personality until they get to talking to them. These people don't know your personality, so they look at you. And believe it or not, other races of people, non-black people, generalize black people based off how they look. They look at like, okay, he's one of the good ones. Believe it or not, that's how they do that. We do that too. We have what we call trailer trash white people, and then we have what we call upscale white people. We have bougie white. There's people do that, whether if you like it or not. So you can either not come to places like this, not experience places like this, or get in where you fit in, or shit, just stay lost. A lot of people say that, hey, we come second. I seen Austin Dunham, and I know a few other black people in my comments and that have been in my videos say that, oh, you know, we come second to the white man when it comes to dating. Who gives a fuck? I sure don't. I'm not competing with a white guy. If a chick wants to choose a white guy, I sounded hella frustrated. I was over me. He can have her. I don't care. I really don't. See, a lot of these things that y'all be worried about when y'all travel, I do not think about that shit. That's why I have different results. Behave sensibly when you gotta remember too, you are a guest in these other countries. If you go acting like a place you go to, you're gonna get those results. Trust me. And what is it like to act like talking loud, cursing loud, wearing stuff that makes you look like one of those types of black people? That's what does that. I'm not saying you have to be somebody that you don't want to be, or you have to become whitewashed, because I love being black. I don't want to be nothing else. I want to be exactly who the hell I am right now, Austin Holland. The way how some of y'all behave, other black people wouldn't even accept you. Good morning, everybody. It's Austin Holloman in the new location of Buenos Aires, Argentina. And it is so much better to be around the warm weather. I'm actually in shorts and a t-shirt right now going to the gym. It was very, very good to get away from that freezing cold weather that you couldn't even stand outside in 10 minutes. So that being said, I'll show you guys a lot more of the city. I noticed whenever I did a video of me in third person, you guys liked it. So I'm by myself right now, so I'm going to try my best to get third person, but I'll just do my best to show most of the city and show a little bit of myself. So I'm about to go to the store and pick up some things and then go to the gym. What's going on, Ryan? I went to that pharmacy and picked up all that stuff, and she said I needed a physical card in order to buy it. I tried to use tap, but I noticed a lot of places you can't. They have the tap machine, but it's kind of like Ghana where they have it, but it's not working all the time. So people are right about you have to get cash. So in order to get cash, you need to do a Western Union to yourself, and then you go to a Western Union place and you do the cash pickup with you guys. So I'm at the gym, this one called Fitness King. It's pretty. It seems like one of those gyms that the dudes that go compete in bodybuild go to, because I see like Fitness First and Tony's Fitness that's in Thailand, and the California Wild that's in Thailand too. But it's kind of dead in here. But it's supposed to be election day, so they said that's why it's dead. But I don't need women to work out in the gym, but I will say that a lot of women does make it better. But we still took our pre-workout. We're going to get in. I'm going to show you a couple of clips, and then we're going to do some walking alongside the beach and some other stuff so we can see what the city's like. It's nice and warm, and I love it. I'm growing up a lot. When I look at my old videos, I'm like, shit, I look nothing like what I was like 3 months ago. 2 months ago was. You guys, so I just finished the workout. I got a pretty good workout in the gym. It was one of those bodybuilding gyms, so there was no air conditioning, nothing like that. But I'm at this barbecue smokehouse place right now, and I ordered beef ribs and chicken. And you know, Argentina is supposed to be very well known for their barbecue. So I'm gonna show you guys today. It was about 14,000. It's about $15.24. So I'll show you guys how much food you can get for that here. But it's in a nice side of town. Everything here is pretty nice. It reminds me kind of a mix between Copacabana and the Car Senegal. You guys can go back and click right here to watch those previous videos if you're not already to get a gist of what I'm talking about. As far as racism goes, I'm not really experiencing very many like odd looks or like, you know, shit like that. So I think it's pretty fair out here so far, but it's only the first day, so let's see. Ordered entirely too much food. It looks delicious, but they brought the beef and they said they still got to bring the chicken. And I was looking at this, I was like, yeah, I ain't gonna be able to eat all this. If I do, I'll be too sluggish. So I'll probably just eat this and probably take one bite of the chicken and tell you guys what it tastes like. And then we're going to do some walking down the street. There's a little area near the beach that I can walk and show you guys where there's a bunch of restaurants and all that. So keep watching.
All that food.
So to start off, that's actually some of the best barbecue I've had in years. So I definitely recommend it. The meat is cooked perfectly, and it's very well seasoned, and the fries are good too. All right, so I figured out where to get a SIM card at. I went into this store. I'm gonna show you here in a minute, but it's a little convenience store, and they sell the SIM cards, and you just pay them, and you activate it. But you have to have cash, and nothing's really over right now. So I'm gonna ask some people if they know where another SIM card store is at. Lo siento. ¿Fala português?
No.
Un más por dinero, sabe?
¿Otro banco?
I'm still learning Spanish like this.
No?
Yeah.
Okay. Gracias. So they understood, but they said they just don't know where another bank is at. So I'm gonna keep walking and see if I can find somewhere maybe that does cash back or something like that.
Argentina's food is amazing.
All right, so now we have to walk to a bank down the street.
Go to the beach.
It's very inconvenient right now, so make sure you guys get cash as soon as you get off the damn plane. Trust me, because you don't have to do all this. I'm doing the hard work for you. I went to this shell right here and I was able to get some cash out of the register. I just told them, can you give me cash back? And they finally did it. I asked the other place that they wouldn't do it, but look at this nice little apartment or a condo, high rise, right? Well, it's not a high rise, nice little building right here. Honestly, I could stay out here a while. It's pretty developed. I like it so far so much. At least on this side of town, as you can see.
I do have an accent. Sometimes certain words I say sound like I'm sick. Like I say direct. Instead of direct. I drag the word direct.
So I bought the SIM card after 2 hours of walking around trying to go to banks and all that, and it doesn't work. So I tried to put it in there and it won't verify. It says it can't verify my passport. I guess it's not for foreigners. The lady in the store doesn't know anything. So I'm just gonna keep moving without it. And yeah, we're gonna continue on throughout the day. I'm probably gonna come back and take a nap. You can see my face, I'm jet lagged. So I'm a little tired. But we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going.
That 4K vlog footage is undefeated. It makes the video easier watching with that quality. Yeah, my Spanish is way better than
area that I came to is more of a downtownish area. Nice skyline here too. Nice city, I'll show you. But I still don't have connection to the internet. But I do know that the water is south of where he's dropping me off at. And the sun is setting that way, so that means south is this way. So we'll keep walking this way, see if we'll bump into the ocean. What tail are you talking about now? This looks like it was supposed to be like a little outdoor shop area, kind of like what you see in Thailand. But everybody's wrapping their stuff up, so I guess it's not a night market. It's a daytime market. So we'll have to come back tomorrow to check it out. He wanted way too much for those grapes. It was like $9,400 for the grapes. I'll put that on the screen. You guys, luckily I was able to find a lady that lives here that let me use her ID to get my SIM card set up. Thank God. So far here in this little downtown area, I've been seeing, probably seen 6 black people since I've been here. Not that I'm looking for black people. I'm just telling y'all because some of y'all are pro-African and all.
I do need to do more of these vlogs, man. They work cool. It's just so much work, man. I can burn out doing this. Once I realized I like the IRLs, I was like, yeah, fuck that.
This is a very beautiful city. Everything is nice and clean. The streets are clean. The people are friendly. I'm not really experiencing any sort of prejudice. Not saying it's not here, but I'm just saying I'm not experiencing it. Everything seems I feel very safe here. So far, everything is good. Everything is great. I just finished eating that delicious meal, which was very, very great. But we're outside of this mall right here. I don't know the name of the mall, but I'll put it at the bottom of the screen when I do find out. It's in a nice little area of town, nice and warm weather out here.
Everything is nice. Also, do not remind me in the comments that the people here are racist. I would not forget that. I haven't felt that too much, but I'm not going to forget that. I don't need you to remind me.
The music makes the vlog really. I can see why this one got a lot of views. The retention rate is high. Even I'm interested in watching. I already know the whole vlog. Yeah, the volume on my mic is working with the playing.
Oh, I'm just here for a holiday.
Holiday.
Yeah.
First time in Argentina.
Yeah, first time, and I love it. I love it. Love it.
Every American say the same. Say the same thing.
Yeah, it's very nice. The streets are very clean. Yeah, I love it.
And the people are good.
Yeah, very nice people.
The girls and the boys are pretty.
Yeah. Yeah, very nice.
You need to change pesos?
I need to transfer money to Western Union and then get cash. Yeah, because I don't have any cash right now. Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to carry cash around here. Yeah.
No, if you don't have any cash, here the money talk.
Yeah. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, it's also very safe here too.
Yeah,
in the city.
It's safe.
Yeah, because I was living in Salvador Bahia.
Uh-huh.
And it's a lot more dangerous there than in Rio. Oh, pickpockets are big.
Yeah, pickpocket, but nothing more. No murders, no kidnapping.
Oh, wow, that's good.
It's good.
Yeah.
For example, Colombia, the country.
Yeah.
Very, very dangerous.
Yeah.
Here, no. You neighborhood, you must don't go.
What side of town are those neighborhoods on?
Oh, it's a long list. But this is a good neighborhood. Palermo good, Recoleta good.
Yeah.
Belgrano.
All right, you guys, so we have arrived at the Congressional building here.
Just finished the straw. Okay. 2.5 hours.
they say Argentina, which they do, has an extremely racist background, but I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I've gotten a lot of love, like a lot of love. Like even coming into my apartment, the moto taxis, the Uber drivers, they're all very nice. They all speak and talk throughout the whole ride. Ask where I'm from. No aggressiveness towards me. Even when I was coming into my apartment now, there was two women and a man, and they all were just, oh, thank you, how are you? You know, everybody's nice, smiling, and it doesn't seem like there's a flip side to it either. Not saying there's not, but I'm just saying it doesn't seem like it. And then I went inside my apartment, and a guy was talking to me. He was telling me, oh yeah, stay over here if you need anything. I'm in this apartment here. And it's a very different experience, especially coming from the United States, where when somebody's racist, usually they don't even they try their best to pretend like you're not standing right there, or if they do talk to you, they always got some slick shit to say. So let me know what you guys think. And it's only day 3, so I keep looking out. All right, you guys. I appreciate you guys coming through today. Cigar is done after about 2 hours of smoking. If you guys enjoyed that show, feel free to hit the Cash App or a super thanks or super chat. I love you guys. I will see you guys tomorrow.